Good afternoon, everyone. As you can probably tell from the title, more networking today. I did a bunch of work after the stream yesterday, and it took me quite a long time to work out the issue, and the issue was I did something stupid. Let's just leave it at that. Networking is now fully working. I have some work to do making some stuff that happens single player happen multiplayer, decals, etc. Hopefully this stream will be a little bit less tech and a little bit more fancy pants stuff. I'm hoping, because I now have the network tech for the fancy pants stuff. Yeah. I'll carry on coding. I've set up so now, instead of just spawning decals, only the server spawns decals, and the server tells all the clients where the decals are. Now I'm a little bit concerned about the bandwidth this is going to use up. And so it might actually be what I end up doing is queuing up the decal generation and then limiting it to 60 per second or something. So if you have an explosion go off, the decals will appear over a second or so, which is fine, spreading out the load over a couple of hundred frames, as opposed to all at the same frame, which is obviously a killer. Right. Oh, you're skiving off in a meeting. Right. Let me just get rid of these old functions. I don't want them. I only want those. And the network messages, right. That is default message to client. So again, I have made this quickly and easily extensible. That is one of the important things when you are developing games, is to make sure that you can iterate quickly. That I can go, hey, that's a great idea. Let's add a new thing. Bang, 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 bang. So what we've got here is this is a new message. So this message deals with the server going, hey, spawn a graphic on the client. Now, even if you are playing as the server part of your game will spawn the decal, and the client part of your game will render it. That's the plan. So right now, burning objects make decals. Brilliant. I'm about to break that by doing... well, I haven't read the function yet. Haha. So all I need to do now is bundle it up into a message, a bit like I did for the... Where is it called? Where is it? So I'm actually using an interesting mishmash here. I'm partly using the very swish and advanced mirror functions. I'm partly using my own complete sync and manager system, and the decals are kind of a mishmash. But with the best one in the world, I don't really trust mirror very much. So I'm not just prepared to just give it its all. I was looking up, I might need to give them some money, because they have a profiler, but I have to pay for it, which is alright, but I don't really want the profiler. I wanted to write it myself. I'm quite happy to write it myself, but I might have to pay for it, which is all right, but I'm just a bit surprised that I can't query it myself. All right, so I'm tracking all my bandwidth, but not theirs. Error. Why is client trying to spawn networked decals? I like what icon that is. Don't be racist. Is it a cheese? Don't be racist. Cheese. I agree.
Against all the evil that hell
Okay.
all the wickedness that mankind can produce, we will
Send decals to all clients. So this is where I realise I've done something wrong, but you know, we'll find out. L type, L pause, L up. Hold on, that for some reason doesn't have the rotation. Rotation, fade. Or I call it next, something rather next unique ID, right. So I'm storing my own unique decal ID. I'm not relying on mirror at all. This means in theory, I can balance it. Like I could, for instance, not transmit it to the wrong way. I can end up with my own message queues, but I'll see. So I'm taking three, probably a fourth approach to the networking, and I'll see how it goes. That should probably work. So I'm going to talk you through it, and well, James, I'll talk you through it, and then I will see. So a burnable object can place down a decal. Spawn network decal. Right, so the burnable objects will now spawn a let me just write the rest of the code here. Right, so if we have a networking and we are a server, then what are you erroring about? Type, position, up. I should not be passing in unique ID because that doesn't make any sense. And do not fade. So let me I've got two decals. I make sure both of them are correct, and then, as I said, I'll take you through it. Okay, so servers, and this is probably only the server code anyway. So the server will call, spawn local decal, that's definitely wrong. Spawn network decal. Right. So the server will call spawn network decal. That will then bundle up all that information, type, position, up, rotation, fade, and it will then call the function send to all clients, which then sets it up. What am I chat about my options? Now, interestingly, I probably want these on the reliable channel. So I'm going to send that message to... yes, it's going to be reliable. Well, probably doesn't... No, it probably does matter. We could have non-reliable for fading decals, actually. So I might have to set up two things there. But that will now send that message through to all people who are ready. And then, and then what should happen is we've registered the decal manager, and then we should get the message, deal with incoming decal, which would then spawn a local decal. So in theory, assuming it compiles, now all of the decals no longer spawn locally. They all bounce off the network code. See how many errors I've got? None. Oh, that's never a good sign. So, in theory, I host a game. Oh, I don't know, should I turn off the water jet? I was just experimenting. Water jet's coming later. So I do actually have an issue with, where is it? Oh, did I close it? Yeah, I do actually have an issue with the distortion. And I have said to them, what? Like, they're like, oh, could you make a bug? I'm like, dude, why do you think it works? Like, literally, and I am not exaggerating, literally, the shader you have shipped doesn't work. You haven't bothered to connect it all up. It doesn't work. Fix it. So I'm hoping they go back with, oh, whoops. Let's see. Hey, Jessica Scott. Okay, so all of the decals we see. So I was messing around with stuff yesterday. So you've got the glow stick, which you're like, oh my god, it's so bright and bloomy. You'll see why in a mo. Right, well, something's definitely not working. Steam lobby could not locate PG Network Manager. Okay. Well, I'm not sure that's the issue, but that's probably not good. That. What are you complaining about, you silly thing? Steam lobby could not locate. Let me disable that. This slight pain. I've got the issue where I go between scenes. I've got to keep stuff live, but not recreate it. You'll see why that's so glowy in a moment. So if I see scorch marks, it's working. If I don't see scorch marks, well, then I have a bug. I see scorch marks. And now they're, oh yeah, it's not good. Now you can see why that thing was so bright and bloomy. That's nice in this room. in here. Not so much. Wow, that really is thick. But yeah, decal's working. That's, you know, almost suspicious. Now I would need to test this over the network, but that's a little bit of a pain. But I can make the assumption this is working. If I want to test it network, I have to make a build, and it has to be a specific linked build, which is a pain in the arse. So I'm going to go on the assumption at this moment the networking is working. I'm quite pleased. Apparently only sent... No, that's not right, is it? The server has sent 3K and received 8, and the client has sent... Oh man, it's dark. So yeah, now the fire's gone out. I'm hoping that comes through in the stream. I think it is. But now the fire's gone out. Yeah, they're not quite right. They're not supposed to be quite... I think they're probably spawning too many. They're not quite supposed to just blap thousands down. But you can see the smoke clearing. I'm liking these volumetrics. I'll tell you what, under the performance manager though... Decal. So fading decals are the next step. Just curious. I have no idea how many there is. I have no idea if this is 10 decals or 100,000. I was thinking about something like, if an object is still, it doesn't just spat down the same thing. Hello, cat. What do you want? If you would just decide on somewhere to sleep, I could set up the cat cam. She doesn't stay stuck to one place for too long. She always moves around. Right, so if I set off all the fire. Curious how many decals we're talking about. 11, 16, 30. I mean, I have no idea. This is again the thought. I genuinely don't know at which point Unity's decal performance just falls over. Like, it might be 10,000, it might be 1 million. That is looking so cool. Thank you everyone to the idea about having the ceiling smoke. I poo-pooed it and then I changed my mind. But you were right, I was wrong. Alright, all the fire's out nearly. Now I'm hazarding a guess. Right now I am drawing more decals than Viscera Cleanup Detail did in total. I mean, I reckon Viscera Cleanup Detail maybe at peak, maybe just 500. So I might have a quick check, because I mean this is kind of something I'm... Viscera Cleanup Detail max net actors. Like, what is that number? Don't know. I need to fix that though, because right now the server is apparently receiving twice as much data as the client. That's not right. So the server is receiving twice as much data as the client is sending. That's obviously wrong. Let's see where that was. PG Network Manager. So where do we increment client send bytes? Ah. Is that the only thing the clients do right now? It is, isn't it? Thank you, Luanshin. I hope I have a good and productive day as well. I mean, my day should be good. My day should be good. I'm going to do decals, pretty graphics, and later on, I'm going to drive a truck around in the snow. Sadly, not in real life. Oh, yeah. And to make sure I don't. So this is the server sending all of the burnable updates. Actually, yeah, as this is a what I could probably do, public uint, actually what's this, is uint? I think it is, int, okay, int message size, because I suspect that's probably not a fast thing. I should probably get this done now because I'm going to want to and public int bytes sent. Rather than having this total one, I can just do that, and I can add them all up, which is probably a better way of doing it. That's a lot nicer. I do need to keep an eye on, because it's going to be very, very, very easy to just go, oh dear, I have allocated 10 megabytes of data a second. So here, PG network manager dot instance dot client receive bytes. That's equals message size. That's quite important because I wasn't doing that. And there. Message update to the server. Network dot and this, okay, that's server receive bytes, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not too worried about receive. It's send, it's the killer, unless you live in absolute rural America. I'm very confused by why this one gives me an error and says deprecated, and this one's fine. As far as I know, they're exactly the same. Oh, network server. But unfortunately, I can't make it do it automatically. Okay, let's just make sure that compiles and see if there's any other messages I've missed. Because it is important I do have like an easy handle on my data. Because right now I'm not worrying about it. I need to keep an eye on it. Apply update message. Burnable player update decal message. The other two, they are gone. So I should delete those. These are no longer used. And then it will complain to me. Yeah. Yep. This is based on the networking from a different game, you see. Or based on the networking from a different test bed. But I actually think I might quite enjoy this game. I mean, say we were playing Viscera Cleanup Detail, and we quite enjoyed just putting the boxes in the output area. Like, just tidying up and neating up was actually kind of fun in a weird way. I guess it's like SnowRunner, it's kind of fun just driving around very slowly. And I don't need the remote fleet manager either. Or that. Okay. And network object graphics can go as well. Oh, hang on. Let me now I'm gonna just delete. If I need it back, I can grab it out of the other project. That was just there for me to refer back to. Lobby player. Right, that can go too. I mean, at some point I do need to implement a lobby. So you start the game, hit go on server, and then a whole bunch of people will need to join your world. And then you're like, right, let's go on a firefighting adventure. So let's just send the network bandwidth up. This is still fine. Does it match up? Client has sent 832 bytes, received. Not quite. The server is sending more data than the client receives, but I'm already aware I am putting in too many decals. And the motion blur does not work on that little spark in the middle, does it? That does look good. Okay, so not quite. The server has sent slightly more data. What have I forgotten? Making sure these are the right ones. Appear to be. Right, how many? Right, let's make sure all of these do it. So that does. Aha, that does not. Send updates to. Oh, okay, but this hasn't got any of that. Cool. I'm not entirely sure I'm using this one, but I guess it doesn't matter. Send to all clients. Aha, yeah, okay. That's oh bugger. How many do I know? Yeah. If I had 2 people in the game, that wouldn't work. But unfortunately, it doesn't return how many there are. Which is really annoying. But we'll come to that one in a moment. And this is on the client. Wow, someone just turned on their spam machine. I actually don't think this one is called or used. That's... Yeah, because this should actually probably be multiplied by PG Network Manager dot instance dot ma something like that. Otherwise, and I know it seems obvious when I say it, if I have 10 players, I'm incrementing it by 1/10. So where else do I twiddle with server send bytes? Well, that might not be quite right, but it should be close enough. Okay, so send. Yeah, okay, so we're going to just work out how many K per second we're actually doing on average. It can't be accurate because then I'm going to do rolling buckets and stuff. But kilobytes is bytes divided by 1,000. So this is just send divided by time dot time. Actually, how do we probably want to? I don't have a good way of doing this. So if MA remote players dot count is greater than 0, float server time connected. Otherwise, if I spend 10 minutes in the main menu, it will count that as time. Okay, so right, there we go. So maybe that should hopefully list. Let's not display it to too many levels of accuracy. I don't think it's working. So the client is sent. Am I displaying these correctly? Because the server, apparently the client sender and the server sender are exactly the same. So that's definitely not right. Like exactly the same. And my kilobytes per second are... Right, so server connections is connected players. So if connected players is greater than that. Right, probably helps if I do received. Because these two are exactly the same. This doesn't make any sense. Where do we incorrect client send bytes? There's only one place for client send bytes. And that is when I send an update to the server. Server receive bytes is incremented only in one place, right now, which is when I receive a message from the client going, I stand here. So client send bytes and server receive bytes, those should be identical. Send rec, yeah, okay. Server send bytes should be incremented when we send a decal.
Your super shotgun is nearby. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
Oh, hold on. Should be MA connected players. Not MA remote, because we don't have any remote players. So remote players is other players. Connected players is connections to the server. Obviously, in this case, I'm a connection to the player, but I'm not a remote player. Currently, this is planned to be entirely server authoritative. Apart from if you're carrying an object, I can't really do that. Still not right. So the server has sent 2.5K, and the client has received slightly less than that. Because what I mean, I know it's dumb, but the client, my client, will send up to the server, "Hello, I'm standing here," and then the server will go, "He's standing there," and I just have to go, "Ugh," and just ignore it. That probably helps to actually save that too. But as I said, the networking is working. I can run around with somebody else and, well, they can't set fire to barrels, but I can. And they see stuff catch fire correctly. They see scorch marks appear correctly. They see the physics objects move correctly. It's 100% perfect. But in No Small Fox, I didn't write that part. It's still wrong. So the server is sending more data. Server send, how? The only thing the server should be sending now is the player's position, which is this one. Are you going to allow me to attach the debugger? Oh, well, am I still running? Whoops, I'm still running a copy of Forgecraft Phoenix because I popped into Phoenix yesterday to grab the glow stick. Right, are you gonna let me pop a... Okay. Oh, that's interesting. The client receive byte should be 0, he says confidently. Let's pop the debugger on. I kind of wish Unity would let me debug stuff without touching debugger. Like, I'd like to be able to get at every variable from this side. But it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Oh my god, I sneezed so hard something disconnected. I hate that, by the way. Like, something disconnected. What? What disconnected? Now, thankfully, I have a program so I can check if if I list yeah, so I really hate that when it just went boom, boom, boom. So the last thing that is not connected in that my computer has seen is my Xbox controller. Other than that, it's my steering wheel, which I disconnected at 1:20 in the morning. I seem to feel like I went to sleep. Or anything else. That's really annoying, but my computer went boom, boom, boom. Done it a few. Oh wait, hold on. Is there a loose cable? Oh, is it my microphone? Oh, I think the cable might be a bit neck on the microphone. Yeah, so I've USB hub here, and if I just touch it, USB audio device. USB audio. I love that. What is it? USB video device. Yeah, but specifically, I wonder what's on the end of that. I can see. Hold on, I'll make it happen again. Yeah, so it's this cable. Hold on. Let me just track the cable back. Oh, it's my webcam. Okay, so my webcam's near the cable. Let me just unplug it. There we go. I love the way that Windows is entirely incapable of telling me what it is. What is it? It's a USB audio device. That's the microphone on my webcam. Because someone, and we're not going to mention any names, but she is staring down at me. Someone kept standing on the cable. Anyway. Oh yeah, we were writing code. So, the server has... Yeah, I'm confused. I'm honestly confused now. So somewhere the client is receiving data and it's not there. Right, so burnable updates. Okay, so I do know why it is. The reason is that keep our local loop back in the count. Otherwise, it's confusing why stuff doesn't match up. So you tell the server where you are, and the server tells you where everything is, including yourself. Which is fine. It's a trivial amount of data. The problem is I was subtracting it from the total. So that meant the totals did not add up. The thing I am surprised about is I'm getting any... it still doesn't match up. The thing is, even if I got the message size wrong, which I could have, it doesn't matter, because if I get it wrong in two places, they should still match up. Now, once I got this right once, I don't need to worry about it anymore. Oh, you can let me touch the debugger. You are, wow. I wonder if that could be lost data, because most of this is not reliable, because it doesn't matter. So the burnables update you constantly with data. A lot, but a little bit. But why? So the server has... Yeah, again, that doesn't match up. The server has received 9,000 bytes, and the client has set is at exactly double. So what is 4940 times 2? Okay, right. So there you go. That should be easy. The client is receiving exactly double what the server is sending. So the client only sends one thing, and that is the player update message. Nah, alright, I'm going to have to do a little bit more debugging. One of these will match up, but again, I'm probably going to need to debug this at some point myself. One of these will be either 0 or a really stupid number. That's bytes sent to the client. Decal message handler bytes sent. I did initially start with a very self-documenting format for these, and then it's got a bit out of hand. Is that all we've got? Set 4 messages. We've only got 4 messages, yeah. So we have player updates up, player updates down, decals down. I mean, later on, I'll have to add like an interaction thing. Wait, why is it not? The window taller. It didn't draw anything. There we go. Well, that's interestingly, I won't say wrong, but it's interestingly different. It's hard to guess if it's wrong. So client send, I'd say, is correct. If you look, play update C, that is how much the client has sent, matches client send. Client server received is not. So where server received bytes? Which is weird because it only happens in one place. Oh. Wait a minute, what's this line? What's this? What's this? No, that's not good of that. That would be why. Now, why is this 0? This is... Oh. Ha 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 ha. because I am stupid. And when I search and replace something, I have to search and replace all of the things, not just some of them. Yeah, but not that one. But this is good. This I would have had to do this anyway, because I need to track down where my bandwidth is going. Right, there we go. So player updates is matching up exactly. Burnables are perhaps a little bit... So I am going to optimize those in a minute. I'm going to wonder why those decals are on the hovering in the air. You thought it was all going to be fun? It's not going to be fun. Sometimes it's just looking at numbers. The client send and server receive match up. Server send and client receive. Oh wait, hold on. Server sent 2K, so that is burnables plus player updates. The client is receiving slightly less than that. I guess it probably doesn't matter. The important one is this one. The other ones is nice. The total's nice, but what I could do is just add them all up. I am going to just put a mild optimization to the burnables, though. Because... public brawl net 30. Because we just blindly sync it. Okay, so what was happening is every single barrel, every single frame was, 1 second was going, I'm fine, yep, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Whereas now, it will only send data if it's actually doing something, like it's beginning to catch fire. Now, if it's currently on fire, I'm not sure I need to. Looking at how this code works. server. PG network manager. Server RB bytes sent. This might not be correct, but it might be. PG network. Oh, oh, yeah. So I've had this with a few. So this is a network behavior which does not. Oh, it doesn't inherit from mono behavior, but it's in a different namespace. So how the fuck do I get back out? What namespace am I in normally? Like, I want to get back out of that namespace to the global namespace. I don't know how. We sync to client every oh god. Just trying to work out how this code works as well. Because that's the code that sends it as a client. Client send rigid body settings. So sync to client just sends, it just sets some values. Where do we sync those? Right, there we go. Huh? We send it as a server then. I'm assuming somewhere under this, we... Values... Send that here. I don't want to send to the server, you see. I want the server sending to the client. So we just call sync to client, but all that seems to do is set the velocity field. Velocity equals current velocity. But where the hell's it? Like, where's it sent? Let's search for angular velocity because it'd be a rarer search term. Yeah, where do we actually send the angular velocity? This is a bit confusing me. Because there we assign it and we assign it. And here we set previous value, and we use that to check. But I can't find any code where we send this. I mean, I know it works, but I just wanted to add up how many bytes we were sending. Unless because we are the server. Yeah, if server sync to clients, which doesn't do anything. This just sets a bunch of values which we then never use. Like we store the angular drag, but we only ever assign the angular drag, we never send it. Assuming it's these things here, send. Or it is actually just these functions here. It is these ones because we're only sending this if. No, these are just parameters. Yeah. It may be the. I'm going to assume, I think, that the server is effectively a client authority at all points. That's my guess. Because what I'd like to do is compress this, because I suspect this would be a big one. Or, I'll tell you what I should do. I should just do this. Assume I can do it via PayPal. Because it is obviously silly of me to spend time apparently my GitHub password has been compromised. The amount of times people passwords get compromised these days is just insane. It's just absolutely madness. Now, I also know for a fact that this password was compromised by fucking GitHub because what I do is I have a system for passwords. Let's just say I'm signing up to Domino's Pizzas. My password will be, this password is for Domino's Pizza. So if it gets hacked, I know where it is. So GitHub leaked everyone's passwords? Seriously? The password you provided is a list of passwords commonly used on other websites. Don't think you find it was. So let's assume my password is I love GitHub123. GitHub is trying to say, oh, it's a commonly used password on another website. Well, it's fucking not, is it, you twat? I will pay with PayPal. I love PayPal. I also have two-factor. I don't remember a strong password and get hacked. It just texts me going, here's your code. So you'd have to hack my password and steal my phone. And at that point, you couldn't have my PayPal account. Please don't break my arms. But I do need to remember not to subscribe forever. But, okay. Read our documentation on safer password practices. You fucks. Okay, what is my GitHub username? DJ Arcos, I think. So now I need to talk to the sponsor bot in Mirror. sponsor bot. Can't find it in the list. So it's here somewhere. Oh, there it is. What do I have to type? Just type my username. And there's another screen, obviously. Oh, cool. Awesome. With the pins. Now I've paid money, I can bitch them, you see. That is also surprisingly important in game dev. Having worked in the AAA industry for a long time, the concept of tech support working weekends, I mean, they can work the weekends, sure, but you have to have someone off. And tech support going, we stop at 5 is like, we don't care, you know, it's 3 in the morning, we need to shit. Like, what do you mean? What line are you whining about? 110? I don't think you are you? The thing is, the data's all there. I could have done it myself, but at this point, what's the point? Okay. Now there are some pins about this. Oh. Update Vars message to... I love this. We can't update it. The dev who owns the copyright is MIA. I don't think you guys understand what copyright is. Okay, so that one's easy. Like, if you paid someone to do it, and then create an editor folder inside profiler folder. Oh, did you not put the profiler? Oops, that's not how you spell editor. I say that a lot. Hey, look, guys, there's my old publisher, who spends his entire fucking time playing fucking Steam Football Manager. They're the ones who didn't pay me. They made quite a lot of money. They wrote their business off. I'll get some NREs. Let's fix those. Look, if I double click here, nothing happens. I have to double click here. Oh, I think I already have a public for. Else. No network active. The worst thing about the constant spam bots we get, it's not even worth banning them because they create the account, they spend the message and then they close. In theory, then, I should be able to go window. Window. Analysis. Mirror. Cool. Well, it's not working. Oh, record. That's quite nicely done. I guess it's possible there are no rigid body updates. There we go. Oh dear. Oh, nearly. Oh, it is actually recording all of the data. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh, brilliant. As an entity state message. But hold on, this isn't very useful. If I stop recording, stop running as that. So it showed me here there was a spike where I sent a whole bunch of update burnable messages on the same frame. That's fine, you know. But so love it. Make it wider. Yeah, that's not very good because it's not really giving me. That's a bit pony, really. Now I do have the code for this. But this does show me the burnables need to the 1 second timer. So far Mirror's been really good. So bear in mind, do not have them all update on the same frame! Exclamation mark. You like the idea of most of the client server code being the same? To be honest, really. So I'm using 3 major sort of approaches to the networking this game. So I'm using their absolute idiot-proof, idiot-level stuff. So if I just pop into the network testing, is that? Find one. So I'm using a hybrid approach here. So the rigid bodies just use network rigid body. I don't do that at all. It does it. That's all fine. It's 100% taking care of the rigid body prediction, movement, and it's really, really good at that. It is absolutely spot on at that. 100%. But that's for a generic thing. So at the same time, the burnable objects in the game, they use a message. Now the message system, and again, if I've done it wrong, please let me know. The message system is a fucking nightmare. So I'm used to networking stuff where you just say, to client number 3, send 3 bytes and a float. And you just send it. So in this one, you don't do that. You set up a struct. You then send the struct, and it's making copies of the struct. So I am definitely garbaging here. And then you register a handler. And then this means if you have 1,000 messages, you don't just have... Normally, I have one big-ass switch statement that just says, what kind of packet is this? Cool. Write the code to deal with that. In this case, you would have 1,000 of these... 1,000 of these for the server, sorry, 2,000 of these for the server, and 2,000 of these for the client. Now I'm assuming, he says, that there is actually a way of genericizing this, I just don't know what it is. So that's how I'm sending data messages back and forwards. But then on top of that, I for the decals, so again, if I go back to the bootstrap, and I make the decals happen, the decals on my own system completely. So I'm using the message system to just say, hello clients who care about this. There is a new decal here. I'm not using their spawning system for that because like there's no way their code's gonna be more optimal than mine. So yeah, it does seem pretty good. But yeah, so here, that decal, that was not done locally. That was bounced off the internet. So they do have a profiler, which I've just paid for. But honestly, I'm a little bit... Well, I'm more than a little bit disappointed with it. Like... Where's it gone? Analysis. Profiler. It's oh, right. So it does a certain... I don't know. Total bytes. Right, no, that's just per frame. Again, my data per frame is very rarely useful. But overall, yeah, okay, I guess that's pretty good. And that'll help me, I think, track down issues. But it's probably not as efficient as doing it yourself. But because I'm using Mirror and Fizzy, I should be able to swap out the transport layer for when I port this onto the Xbox or wherever. That is my main reason for doing this. It is cross-platform support. I also have used LidGrin, which is very old school. Not very feature rich. I've also used Steam's networking, which quite frankly is shit. So it's shit and it's appallingly badly documented. It's so poor. But thankfully, Fizzy is doing all that for me. So Fizzy is the transport layer that I'm using. Much better. Show all frames. So what is that message? Let's run it again. Was that average or whatever? But yeah, just so you know, this is my test bed is not quite the right word. My due diligence for both HDRP and networking for Fortresscraft. When you said show all frames, you have a very different concept of what all frames means to me. Yeah, so when there's an explosion, you can see they're all the physics. Is that average? It's not, is it? That's just the last frame. But I do have the code for this. I can mess around with it if I want to. Oh, well, let me actually show you it properly because I'm actually very pleased. So I'm using Unity's volumetrics, and Unity's volumetrics are pretty state-of-the-art. And I actually even have a fairly good game idea, so that's even better. So you've got your particles and your smoke, and then objects can set nearby objects on fire. Yeah, you go, bang, they've gone up. And then the room, which is marked off, will start to fill with smoke. So you've got the volumetric smoke coming in. The fog comes down from the ceiling, starts to swirl around, and quite frankly, you can't see shit. Bear in mind, this is obviously just a test level. This isn't my visual prototype, but it's area-based. So as I leave that room, doesn't help, there's a glow stick in the corner. As I leave that room, foggy, well, not foggy, foggy. I block this room as well. That is sort of right, because you can't see shit, which is correct. I mean, this is what I want. I want it to be. I can't see shit. You can just about see the glow sticks there. I'll probably have to have some nice exit signs. And then this first room should no longer be on fire. So as you can see, it's beginning to clear. Now the lights break. So if they catch fire, apparently none of these caught fire this run. There you go. These lights have caught fire, so they're not actually providing any illumination. You can also see the nice volumetric shadows. I've got a better one in this room. Yeah, you can see the volumetric lights. And my performance is alright. I mean, this is at maximum detail. I go down to a lower detail. Or if I like, I can go down to lowest detail, which I will probably have to do some work on, like normal fog. But surprisingly, I'm getting 130 frames per second on lowest and 115 on highest. Probably SSRR is the killer here. So with some work, I can probably get this on VR, which is a goal. What I really like is the subtlety. I was about to say you can't see it because it's so subtle. Oh, that's interesting. What about that? Is that because I changed? Ah. What about that? Maybe it doesn't like changing qualities. That's because the SSRR is definitely doing something a bit weird there, but yeah. So as the there you go. So that to me does look like a room that has recently been on fire. No, I am not the expert. So I am pleased with that. That is the effective one, and this will slowly clear of the and the goal will be, amongst other things, yeah. So we're currently I can't read my own code. It's going to be about 2 or 3 minutes to clear this. The idea is not that you wait for it to clear, that you start cranking up the ventilation fans. I should probably... Oh, all right. So I do have a Trello. Let me just make a note of the Trello, so I just had a good idea. Oil decal that catches fire. But yeah, the volumetric should look extremely good in VR as well, because they're not a cheap screen space bet, they're a proper volumetrics, and therefore, you know, expensive. I'm gonna the SSR looks alright in this room. Or does it? No, okay. For some reason my high quality one doesn't like me switching. Right, I'm going to commit because so far so good. And I have somewhat reduced my network bandwidth. Though not a lot. Thanks for popping in, Greg. Always a pleasure. Okay, so that's pretty good. I'm pleased with that. So all decals are now bounced off the server. So if I spawn decals for brackets reasons, it will quote unquote just work. So I should probably start on some game. I've got quite a lot of what's the word now? Tech engine. So one of the things I want to be able to do is to squirt water on stuff, and it will A, look cool, B, be satisfying, and C, stop it burning. Oh, I should do the fade decals. I was going to do that. Yeah, okay, so I do have a oh bugger, simple into wrap. Public, void, evaluate, rate hit. It's not hit spell evaluate. It's mostly hit spell evaluate. There we go. Yes, if it's a burnable, we're good. If it's not a burnable, then we will evaluate the hits to stay up. Recast hit. L hit. Guaranteed not to be a burnable. Actually, we should probably evaluate the hit regardless. So if we evaluate it. Okay. What are we pointing at? I.e., if we send out water rays, where do we put puddle? Now, I'm not quite sure how I want to do this, either tech-wise or gameplay-wise. So, Pressure Wash Simulator has no, Power Wash Simulator, sorry, has no drop. Where you point is where you hit. So there's no concept of arcing, which does look a bit silly. I wonder if I can just find a YouTube video of aiming. I love the internet, I do. No. So, how to fight with power and actually Rocket League? Get close. Why you miss with perfect aim? Fire hose. So I guess the fire hose stuff actually goes down, like it drops quite quickly. So you think they turn off the other end? You think that'd be the easiest solution, wouldn't you? Now, unfortunately, the distortion system in URP is HRP is broken, and I've already gone to the Unity devs going, this doesn't work. I don't know why you think this works, because it doesn't. But yeah, I guess it's mostly a straightforward jet. Like, for the distance you're likely to care about. I love the way the water comes out so quickly you get pushed in the other direction. I suspect the pressure coming out is probably quite lethal too. So for the moment, I am just going to do it that way rather than actually fire physics objects around the world. Oh, I'm also going to grab the Trello again. Excellent. Right. I mean, this is actually quite easy. Public vector 3, last hit. Public vector 3, last normal. Point, last normal equals our hit dot. Normal. Okay, so public float max range equals, let's say, 32 meters. That seems like an awfully long way to fire a fire hose, but never mind. If L hit distance is greater than max range, last hit equals float dot min, else ls public float hit efficiency, I guess. So hit efficiency is the L hit dot distance slash max range. So when we are at maximum range, our hit efficiency is 0. And when we're at minimum range, our hit efficiency is maximum. So the closer you are to something to put the fire out, the easier. Oh, that's probably also something to do as well. Point, evaluate temperature. How to smooth. So I guess in a burning building, and I don't know this, so I guess in a burning building, if you have a room full of barrels and they're on fire, it's going to be quite hot in that room. I would guess that a very short period of time after the fire goes out, the barrels go out, the room is no longer hot. I mean, it will be warm. I mean, it might be like 40 or 50 degrees in there, see? But it won't be the same sort of insane level as temperature as it was. It's like a fridge. So when you open a fridge door, you're like, oh no, I'm letting the cold out. You're not. The thermal mass contained in air is basically nothing. Most of the heat is in the things that are cold. So I'm just trying to, I will need a function to say, how hot am I? But mostly that'll take into account things that are currently burning, not things that were burning. Actually, that's an interesting point, actually. What happens? They don't get, now there's a bug. Things that have burnt out off slowly. Yeah, okay. So in that case, I don't need to worry about it. I can simply evaluate the point state from all the burnable objects, because things that were on fire will be still very hot. Awesome. Kashisha, Fortress Graph Phoenix is due to start in October. I worked on a project called Eden over about 18 months, bit less than 14 months. And I have decided, sort of, that I want a year off, sort of. That actually means I want to do a year of finishing projects, shipping games, and I've managed none in 4 months. Most things I'm waiting on other people. And also to learn to do my due diligence on future tech. So what I'm working on here is networkable tech and HDRP rendering tech, volumetrics, screen space reflections, ray tracing. So state-of-the-art rendering technology. So when I come to do Fortress Graph Phoenix in about 10 months, I don't go, oh god, 8 months, that doesn't seem like long at all. I don't go, The goal is to start Fortress Craft at that point, and it might just be 1 day a week initially, and I'll ramp it up because the patrons have accumulated a pool of money. So I do have some money from that to sort of start work, but it won't be enough to finish the game. So I will start with, you know, I'll say weekly streams, and then sort of going, hey guys, you know, here's the Patreon, here's where we're going, and build it up. So the short answer is it's not. Slightly more complicated answer is, what do you think I'm doing? Okay, so all I want to do here is if last hit dot x not equal to float dot min value, decal manager dot instance dot. Ah, that's interesting. Do I don't lock it away, do I? Thank you, Nightbot. Good timing. To do, clients need to say doing a thing here and indicate and link any targeted burnables. This is just to get the graphics right, because I don't need the game to work. Okay, so in this case, we're looking at that one, and our current burnable ID equals lburnable dot net ID. So we're just going to get this right, and then it's trivial, thankfully, to convert this to. Networking. True. Now I haven't written any fading decals before, so you know this might work. You never know. Don't even think I need to run the server. I should just be able to just point and do it. I'll hush you. Oh,
Just shoot a hole into the surface of Mars.
I do need to be in this game. Okay. What? 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 Line 106. just delete that because it's causing me grief. Persistent game object has the game prefab, which has the decal manager. And the decal manager. I think I know what it is, and it's that we don't have a wet puddle. No. So, does fire work? Yes. Wow, that's really odd. That's a really confusing error, because it's telling me Unity is saying the variable decal to decal manager has not been assigned because it's inline dysfunction, and it's actually having an error with the offset, not the entire index, just the offset. How stupid. Why doesn't it work though? Wet puddle 1, wet puddle 1. Oh, I forgot to tell it was a decal. That'd be why. That was a genuinely confusing error message. Hey. Not quite. I mean, it's basically perfect. This thing, so when I squirt water on the floor, that's fine. Squirt water on the wall, not so much. If I squirt water in the corner, I'm not... hold on, maybe my... I'm going to float LR direction. I want the looks. I want the normal. I'm looking. No, that's not going to work, is it? Oh, this is going to be an interesting thing. A new ball. I mean, that's the nature of computer games. Some work, some don't. I am very proud of what I did on Eden. We did crank out an MMO in a year, and there was some great stuff in there. The cloud rendering is superb, and that's coming into Fortress Craft. The new renderer I wrote for it is amazing, but I will probably struggle to get that into Fortress Craft because that would involve rewriting all of it. And I'd love to, but I just don't have the time. I will have to go with just bastardizing the current one. Maybe over time, we'll see. I'm actually not sure how to do this, so this is going to be some... interesting. But if it wasn't for Eden, I might have had to be looking for a job by this point, so it certainly helped a lot. How am I going to do this? I want a wet plot to appear. Debug.drawArray. Last hit. comma, last normal. I think it is going to be the last normal, because I'm looking at the ground. I don't want to then... Yeah. And we'll just move it 5 centimeters towards me. So one thing I was bitching at in quite a few games recently that I've been playing in VR is you can spot when the decals aren't touching the ground. Because Live for Speed, the skid marks, they're about 10-15 centimeters above the ground. It's quite obvious. It's going well, thank you, Unknown Creations. I'm just trying to... Hey, that's... Oh, am I doing the... Oh. Thanks, Unity. I think I'm doing these back to front. So I think if they're on the ground, they look the decals look down at the ground rather than up, I think, but we'll find out. It'll be pretty obvious I've got it right or wrong from that. Decals are amazing, by the way. They are absolutely fantastically useful, and I intend to use them. No, that's still wrong. Last normal is hit dot normal, which is that cyan that should be spawning on that cyan line. It is alright. That's not. That's not. That's not. Still no. Well, that's not the angle I told it to. Oh, hold on. I can't have it rotate. Can't rotate because that's a world rotation. Although, now I think about it, I should probably fix that instead. So, let's make it rotate rather than going, oh, can't do that. So that's the issue. Because I want to rotate it around its own axis. So it should be that. That should do it. That's still wrong. Just to check then. Right, static. So I put it down. Right. So I put it down. It's the Z-axis. Okay. As I said, decals are kind of a bit weird angle-wise because I think you have to deal with their up, not their forwards. So I specify which way is up, and that's its forwards. But they are super duper awesome. Well, all apart from the fact they're not working. Perfect. What's the betting? I've put them on inside out now because I did reverse some bits. Yes. I do want to invert the last normal. It is slightly confusing, but they're not really objects as such. They are things that merely render into the depth buffer. I've also very little idea on their performance right now. I'm currently, in this game, I'm setting like 500 of them. That might be way too many. Anyway, there we go. Now that is actually supposed to be water, but there isn't much for it to reflect. Doesn't really like water, does it? Like oil. Why not? I'm going to make you look. See, it's reflective, but it's not. If I make it white, you get that effect, which isn't right either. Water doesn't really have a colour, does it? Ah, how about if I untick? Ah, so there you go. That's more like it. Because now they're only affecting the wetness parameter. They're only affecting the normals, which I shouldn't be doing either, really. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that is interesting. So my choices are thin water or thick water. So if I do affect the normal, it makes it look like a flat puddle. If I don't affect the normal, it just looks wet. To put out fires, of course. Yeah, but I can't program reflection or refraction because this is not a ray tracing engine. I'll turn off the gizmos a sec. So, as I said, I'm learning. The primary goal here is to learn. Oh, see, that looks bloody weird. That does, though. Because there's a big orange light there. The primary goal is learning a bunch of the stuff here. So I can set fire to things. All of these barrels on fire is network synced. The room is now beginning to get smoky. Not very much, but there we go. It's getting worse and worse and worse because the room's on fire. See the smoke coming down from the ceiling. Everything gets thick, cloying. And so you can't see shit, which is correct. The room is on fire. Go through to this room, which is a different room. And it's clear. And you can still see the... No, I did put that in a very terrible place. But you can still see the smoke in here. Sort of thick. If I go through and set fire to this room... Oh. Ah, man, they are a bit subtle. I guess I should probably make them darken down the... a bit. Because water does tend to make stuff darker. We'll come back to that in a moment. So if I set these on fire too... Hello, Dora. Meow. So this is a smaller room. Again, you can see the volumetric shadows from that light I put up there. And again, this will be... Imagine, if you will, that around an ore extractor, a puddle of particles go. And if you have too many ore extractors in an area, you won't be able to see anything. You only start putting ventilation in. So over here should be a... where is it? There you go. There's that glow stick that looks over the top. And then in this room, the fog, the smoke is fading. Hello, cat. You remember when you used to sleep near me so I could put the camera on you? Just passing through. So yeah, the fog will clear... The smoke will clear after a few minutes. The plan is to allow the players to use the ventilation systems, to enable the ventilation systems to do stuff. Again here, to my mind, and I will admit I've not been in many rooms that have been on fire, that looks exactly how I would expect a room that has recently been on fire to look. I still have work to do on the scorches because it's not quite smart enough to put scorches all the way around. But I'm really happy with the visual look. It appears to be... Oh, hold on. Is that my SSRR? The smoke is thicker higher up, yes. Not sure you can see it now because the room is beginning to dissipate. But it is. That's quite a jump I've got going on there. Oh, right. I can keep the button pressed to fly, apparently. Yeah, so the smoke comes down from the ceiling. Now, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to keep that effect because it's a cool effect. It's a very cool effect, but it's quite expensive. So low detail, medium detail, high detail. So that's got SSRR. So screen space reflections. Do you see this box? It's not reflecting on the floor, but if I make the floor wet, very neat, huh? But that only applies at the highest detail. For reasons of, well, no, sure a lot. Now, oh, hold on, I should have checked the debug. Cool. We're getting in some fade decal. So I'm going to now make those. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to just leave you with the slightly nicer video from before. I know I should probably run a advert. I'm just not really good at that. So I'll leave you with this one, and I will be back in a minute. I am using Mirror, yes. Well, I am evaluating Mirror. I have another project where I'm using Steamworks, and I have obviously Fortresscraft where I use Lidgrin. So I have not decided on using Mirror for Fortresscraft Phoenix. That is part of this. So far, touch wood, I have been very pleased with Mirror's thing. Now, I am a bit concerned about the performance of this. Okay, so MA fading equals I dot fade time minus equals time dot delta time. MA fading equals I dot M graphic dot fade factor, fade scale, fade factor equals that. And I should probably L object dot parent transform dot parent equals this, because otherwise it gets very, very messy. But not that functions, they don't use it. If MA fading equals I dot fade time is less than or equal to 0, destroy MA fading equals I dot M graphic. MA fading equals I equals null. MA fading equals dot remove at I and I minus minus. Do I just think in code? I am experienced enough to be able to outthink my fingers. Should we phrase it like that? If it is a big and complicated system, I may sit and ah and watch Mighty Car Mods on YouTube and go and ah, and my brain will assemble the task together. I've been thinking about this game for about a week now. I'm all quite happy. Like I laid in bed this morning, woke up, laid in bed. I said hi to your mum, by the way. She says she's good. And I thought about how I was going to do this fade system. I'd already thought about it, and I was like, yep, sorted. Got out, got coffee, went to some work. And sometimes I do that. That's like I lay down, I think about what's going to happen. Now, it doesn't mean it works, but bear in mind I have been programming as a hobby for 40-something or other years, and I have been programming professionally for 22, 23 years. I've done it quite a lot. That's a lot of it. It's working. That's pretty good, actually. Sadly, it's not quite so good without essence. Oh, I guess it's as long as there's something shiny behind it. Otherwise, it just kind of makes everything look a bit dark, which, as I said, it's probably not bad. It's also worth pointing out, Unknown Creations, and I mean no, I'm not dissing you or slagging you. I mean no disrespect. I'm probably more experienced than you, so everything I'm doing here is easy. I am not doing complicated things. I am doing shit I have done a lot of times before for a long period of time, apart from decals. So to a great degree, I'm finding this quite easy. So there we go. I just want to make it a little bit darker. Now, if I was doing something that's more complicated, I would not be banging out code like this. But all I did there was loop over all of the fake decals, decrement the amount of life they had left, and then set the thing to that. Now, I am actually struggling with some of the issues, but yeah, those are the more complicated ones. So for a start, that's way too big. Secondly, it probably fades too slowly. And so really, I spent the fade over 5 seconds. And when we transmit them over the network, I can change that now. Where if I did that? Where did I do that? But yeah, I mean, I said before, people going, oh, you're so brilliant at programming, oh, you're so good. I'm like, I'm not. I've just, A, had a lot of experience, and B, worked on a lot of high-profile projects, which forced me not to write shit code. But I would like to think I generally write, as a rule, well-written, self-documenting code. And I try very, very, very hard for that. And that was not something I was any good at 20 years ago. And it wasn't until I started working at Criterion where... At Criterion, I mean, we started... I think I was the 17th person to join the company. Developer. And we were some of the highest profile developers in the world. There was no room for slacking or writing crap code. And also, to a great degree, I've written all this before. What I just wrote there is just a simple thing to iterate all a bunch of stuff and do it. Now, I've changed it, so hopefully, and over the network, we can make things last an arbitrary amount of time. Apart from these 2 bits that didn't compile. Okay, so that should last for 0 seconds. And you should also last for 0 seconds. Oh, let's not call it experience and torture. Let's call it... what's the word? Valuable life lessons. But I also write code in such a way that it's extensible, self-documenting, and all of that shit. Ah, that's better. That's a bit more subtle, isn't it? It's too big, though. Or it needs to be much more subtle. If it's more subtle... that means it should need to stack more. Again, I don't have ideas on the performance of this, but if I make that much more subtle, and I change this to trigger when we are... wrong function. When we are holding the button down, and I'll limit it to 50 times a second. It's stupid otherwise. Yeah, I mean, I have worked with people even very recently who don't comment or document code or write good code. And they're usually people who haven't worked in a team before. But, I mean, I've had people look at the Fortresscraft code and say how well written it is. But the same thing applies to my Fortresscraft worlds. I make sure they're understandable for someone who's not me. And I found a lot of people don't do that. Oh. That not work? Am I not allowed to say? Okay. There's a very naughty Dora behind me. Okay, so I think if Q splosh, and then in the update, Unity has a bit of an odd interaction with update and fix update. But I don't want to do one per frame. Yes, it also helps with game design. I mean, I love there's no documentation for this. Is pressed. I assume that means is held. And Q splosh. I have found though, I mean, really, genuinely, my weakest part is not game design. Remember, I did not plan to become a game designer. I'm a programmer. I like programming. I like making things appear on the screen. Game fun is a very, very difficult thing. Huh. What have I done wrong? Is it down to the fade? Is it down to the parenting? Ah, maybe. Because that's at 0. That needs to be at 0. And let's try that. I thought I did it in the right order. I instantiated, parented, and then assigned. Oh, I can see if I'm spawning because it'll be. Oh, well. Probably helps if I put this code above that code. I should not have had returns in here. This should be void raycast, do raycast. Rule of thumb: if a function takes more than a line of code, if a function is bigger than a page, you're not allowed to do it. One of the other restrictions, and I don't do this one anymore, is what a lot. Yeah, we were only allowed 80 character widths, and the argument was, if you want to print out your page of code, and it's more than 80 characters, you can't. It just doesn't work. The counter argument was, and this was crikey, 2004. The counter argument was, who the fuck prints stuff out anymore? And the counter argument was a couple. One, quite a lot of us use portrait monitors now. So I generally code on a portrait monitor. I'm not now because obviously stream, but I am splitting my screen. And you notice I very rarely go very long with my code. And secondly, this was the argument, which was, yeah, but sometimes you do want to print out your code. And the times that you do want to print out the code, right, that's a time when you're not going to refactor it all. Once in a blue moon, you do it. And that was it. None of us could say, hand on heart, all right, yeah, you're right. No, you're wrong. I will never, ever, ever want to print my code out. And plus, I mean, this is speaking as an old man. There are few pleasures in life better than getting a red pen and fixing code with a no roll. Get rid of this. That goes. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. This is my issue. Is on a flat plane, it's all right. I guess it is quite a darkly lit. Let me try my lighter room. Whee. So in here, this room has already got a very shiny floor. So it makes it a bit darker, but not really any shinier. I think I could probably do with a smaller decal. I think I would solve a lot of things. But if I do it at this corner point here, I'm not quite sure how to solve that. The solution there is to put the decal at the angle of the player. But I'm going to have to think more about whether or not that's good enough. Or what? Because that should really be at the angle of the player. Actually, hold on. I keep saying actually. Let me try a couple of things. First of all, why is that not working? Oh, haha. Got game object. There you go. There you go. I didn't do it right. I destroyed the holder, but not the graphic. Secondly, let me try putting in these back in at the look normal. Let me if we put it, let's say, 50 centimeters away from the wall. I know. But it'll be looking at the camera. The difference is, right now, this puddle is... So decals have depth. And that's not working. Because the puddle is only 50 centimeters deep. So I make the puddle a meter deep. Go into this room a sec. As you can see, it's not running at all. Why is it not running at all? Oh, there you go. It doesn't fade. Is that... Ah. There is a performance cost for enabling this option. Well, let's give it a bash. I can't see the option. So I want to set angle fade. And I point out, you notice there's no search. There is a search here. Right. Brilliant. Is it graphics? Frame setting? I love this. This Unity has now got so complicated. They just have dialogues after dialogues. Enable decal layers. Oh, decal layers. Okay, that doesn't seem that I did see. Okay, is that now working? I like it. I was expecting it to fade out entirely then, you see. The start fade is if I get too close. No. Start fade. Come on, give me a talk. Controls the distance of the camera at which this cone begins to fade the decal out. Measured in what? Yeah, no, the thing is, I'm not entirely sure of the solution yet, but I was expecting that to be... It's this fade out here I want to fix. What I can do is put the decals some distance away, like that. So my problem scenario is... and I'm up against a wall. Like that. That's my problem scenario. And that solves it. But my goodness me, look at the size of the decal I'm having to use here. So if I make one that's only 1 meter deep, still pretty deep, that's alright as long as I keep it less than a meter from the wall. But then we got these hard edges. So I was assuming that the angle fade would solve that. But the angle fade doesn't actually be doing it at all. So that's the whole range. Let me just do it at the bottom. Nothing. Let me just do it at the top. Also nothing. Ah, to the documentation, Batman. Angle fade. Use the min-max slider to control the fade out range of the decal based on the angle between the decal backward direction, the vertex number of the receiving surface. Yes. Only available if decal lead. Yes, which it is. Okay, so why isn't it working? Well, none of these are doing anything. I don't know what to suggest. I mean, what I'll probably end up doing is making the decal smaller. But the thing is, if I put it, just grab a box. Oh. If I grab this ball thing. The problem is now that that decal, which I've made black on purpose, like I see what's going on, now affects stuff quite a long way from the wall. So if I spray the wall and then someone stands in front of it, actually that might not be too bad. You can kind of see it's doing it, but you'll probably have to look. This is the problem with decals. They're not perfect. They do exist impossibly, shall we say. But probably 2, 2, and 1. And then I will need to make sure I pull it back. It won't always work. But if I pull it back... Now what? It's quite a long way. I guess I'll try it. So now this decal is much smaller. But if I pull it back, I think it's a meter. Might be 2. Let me make it the decal only. I assume that's a meter big. That's a big puddle, let's be honest. And then I can make the projection depth 1 meter. And therefore, he says, probably pull it back 1/2 meter, which is what I was doing. Fine. Also, decal pause equals wiggle it along the XZ vectors. Now, how do I do that? I don't have the right. I've only got the normal vector. Oh, come on. There must be a way to do this. Because I can cross the normal vector with an up vector to get a right. And then I think I cross the normal and the right to get an up. Or, don't tell anyone. Oh, there's a way to do this using the wiggle it along. Trig's got me. temp. I just want to wiggle it around because I made it smaller. So it's going to be... I need it to feel like a big splotchy thing. Big splotchy thing. Amazing. I've just been asked my age by Discord and I told it I was born in 1870. I did it the other day. Google went, when you were born? I went, 1st January 1900. It went, are you 122? And I went, yep. They went, all right then. Like, you should probably have actually asked. If I lie to you, you should probably go, are you really? But it was the fact it went, oh, all right then, cool. Oh. Oh. Why is that? Why does it work? Well, apart from that appears to be the wrong bloody colour. And I'm getting massive frame hitches. Is that Unity? So I do this. You go, what's the big frame hitch Unity? And it goes, the editor. Brilliant. Am I right? There's a massive frame hitch there. 500. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. Player loop. GUI dot repaint. There we go. Fixed by not having the object selected. See, that looks pretty good. But then it goes blue. I guess it's a kind of a blue room. Now, the good thing about these decals is these ones are temporary, so even if it looks wrong... Okay. I've done something wrong here. That looks great, though. Initially, that looks spot on. And then it goes horribly wrong. Should it be... Oh, no, I didn't mean to set fire to you. I'm sorry, Barrel. Ugh. That's definitely not right. It'd be good if we're doing, you know, spray paint. Which we're not. Right, untick effect base colour. So we're just doing the... Okay, so we're no longer affecting the colour. That is just what Unity thinks is... Is it the... Oh, God. Is it the angle of them? If I pause there. They're probably all at weird-ass angles. So if I were to take all of those wet puddles... There are so many. And make them face that way. Oh yeah, I forgot they don't update during the season. Alright, let's be all this way. I duplicate those, they shouldn't get cleaned up. Okay. Where the fuck are they? Ah, that's interesting. Is that because I messed around with the angle fade? No. It'd be very nice if it let go my fucking mouse cursor when I didn't have it hovered. So I'm pretty sure I had this at black with almost no opacity, which is fine. But it's... we make them really big. But is it because they're at an angle? As you can now see. So let me not change any code apart from their angle will be the last normal. Or as it was the look normal. And maybe my solution is just to have a bunch of little parts, a bunch of little ones, and I don't transmit a bunch of little ones. I just say, do a splosh here. Because these don't need to be synchronized, because they only last for a couple of seconds. It doesn't matter whether or not they are right or wrong. Okay, now what have I done? Okay, I'm going to turn off that angle fade thing. I don't necessarily know that's the issue. But that didn't seem to do what I wanted it to do anyway.
Once the spirit is broken and enough pain has been inflicted, only when the human has lost all hope.
Oh, see, yeah, there does appear to be something to do with that angle fade. Look, that's fine again.
The demons only utilize a portion of the resources that come.
But if I have a... yeah, there you go. You see that massive hit? That was the...
Discovered and unlocked the true power of the essence. They combine Sentinel and Hell energy.
There we go. I don't mind if it's my fault. What I do mind it is Unity spending PG Network Manager... PG Network Manager on... really? Really? Apparently it's this white text here. Like, I don't know how to phrase I don't believe you, but let me... I did have this issue on Unity. On... Eden. Like, the rendering the GUI was the most expensive thing. And I don't mean the in-game GUI, I mean the debug text. Okay, that looks fine. I'm happy with that. That looks fine. And in fact, see, that's like if I aim just at the floor. I know, because I'm. Is that good enough? Possibly. I mean, when I've covered it in particles, it probably will be. Oh, we are having particles. Oh yes. I am kind of tempted to work out again the exit vector. So, in theory, I should be able to make them slide down the wall, but not on the floor. But I take the normal vector, and then I take away the. I take the normal vector and I subtract gravity from it, the other way around, and I clamp it. So in this case, we have a nice big negative number. In this case, it would just be exactly equal. There's my torch. Now probably about it. It's a bit too subtle. Oh, I see. I can't make it any. That was at full unsubtlety. Now if I affect the base color as well, with something that's nearly black and very transparent, somewhat transparent. Yes, it's just I don't really want to go black. That looks really good. There. It just doesn't look good in all situations. Like that just doesn't look. Let me tick affects metallicness as well. So now it makes things less metallic, I guess. I do know as a rule of thumb, full metallic and full smoothness is essentially a mirror. Oh, for heaven's sake, Unity. Now you're going to let me twiddle with that in real time. So possibly my specular highlights are a bit tight, so I put 0.75. I don't think I should be affecting the metallicness of it though. Let's see how that looks. Too subtle. Way too subtle. That's the thing, when I fire on something shiny, I wouldn't really expect it to get... There isn't a way to say, take the maximum of the two. Oh, I was affecting the normal. That's not right. so let's try that again. Because obviously, if I set the normal, well, it's all going to go horribly weird because then it'll become the normal of the decal. I love the performance here if I've got... Now, are you going to... What is going on? No, it is actually something to do with that GUI. Anyway. So we are only affecting smoothness, nothing else. And that does seem to be pretty good. It's a bit subtle. I guess a lot of it depends what we're... It will depend what we're firing it on. What there is to reflect. I'm also gonna let's make the water take a minute to dissipate. So I'm just thinking as well, I probably want like temporary decals and permanent ones because eventually, if you are hosing a room down, it's going to get completely flooded. But I don't really think I can do that with decals. I'd probably need to start having wettable objects. If you've ever played Dungeon Defenders, you remember the fight on top of the castle, you know exactly the effect that I would be thinking of. But that's for something for much later on. I haven't considered fading them in, but yeah, that looks pretty wet. There, not so much. There, I can't even see it. So I haven't tried. Oh, for fuck's sake! Never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna. Unity's just playing silly fuckers. Wow. Okay. What is going on, Unity? Do not tell me it's inside my GUI function, because you are lying to me. Alright, so I bring up the profiler and then it's like, oh no, everything's fine. But yeah, now they'll fade ever so subtly. What's my frame rate? 40. It's probably running the profiler though. But yeah, why doesn't this get... Looks terrible. So I'm up to 4,000 water particles. You see, that's probably too many. What I'll do is I will random dot range 5,60. Right. That'd be a lot lower. Let's have a quick look at the profiler though. I was doing a lot of process at the time. Inside. Right. Oh, bugger. What's it called now? Ah, there we go. Oh, profiler. Fade decals. This is what gets me. Unity is very, very poorly written. I should be able to specify with some care which scripts can run simultaneously. This does not need to run on the main thread, only it does because I don't have a choice. Now this function here, you see, could be super duper duper expensive for all I know. I have no clue. There's no way to find out. But apparently I was spending 5 milliseconds in there. And 5 milliseconds of CPU time. 5 seconds of CPU time, milliseconds. I don't know what. Doing rendering. I think what I might start doing now is doing some particles there too. I suspect that'll cover up most of the horror. Okay, there you go. What the hell was that? Oh, I wasn't recording. Return off my profiler. Yeah, because I don't want to. But I am very confused at these. Maybe it's just the angle? Actually, none of that atlas is receiving textures, is it? Ah. Just realised I'm doing that code wrong. So when I spawn a local decal, public float initial fade time, because I need to divide one twixt t'other. Otherwise it would just be solid and then over the last second will fade out. I wanted it to fade slowly. Fade time, fade time, fade time. And I haven't committed a bit, so let's do that. What commit number am I up to? $43. Right, there we go. A couple of big spikes there. Got them on the profiler. Yeah, gooey dot repaint. I mean, it's obviously not. It can't. Oh, network loop. Brilliant. A network function was slow. There we go. Yeah, someone was just asking about the sand and Fortress Craft, and I said it was based on this. Great game, very good fun. I ended up doing a really advanced version of it, but this was the basis for the sand simulation in Fortress Craft. This concept, it's called Pixel Sand. It's a I've never heard of Hydruses though. Oh god. Look, it's the same game, only much more Why is this guy reading all of this? Just hit play. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, it's a similar technique. My word, that looks ugly. Not because 16-bit games look ugly, but because this looks ugly. Come on, there you go. I've been looking to get. I'm getting an Amiga next month. I thought I might stream a little bit. I was looking at games I could play. Probably not this one. Almost definitely not this one, in fact. Ah, good game. Good game. Right, where was I? So we have the wet decals, and that's fine, but that's really only just part of the because it'll look alright, but it's not very exciting. That's kind of an afterthought. Not right. Let me check the fades. Now I fixed them. I'm still pleased with how it looks, though. I'm happy. Yes, if I do a... Okay, yeah. So now I can turn all that off. I don't know why Unity thinks that is a problem, but hey, I'm not going to argue. Now, so this should fade over quite a lot of... Oh, locked up again. I think it's GC. I just don't know why. I shouldn't be churning GC. It's that spike there. What the hell? It probably is GC, but you see, that really concerns me. Player loop, network loop, update function invoke, gc.alloc. Well, no. It's the only thing there. Okay, so network loop. I love the way it's not profiled any deeper than that. Guess I could just deep profile. But I just... So, I mean, this last frame had a massive amount of GC allocated, but I think it's because it was closing the game down. Well, let's run it again. Might also just be I need to restart Unity. Although I have to hit play on the video, and if it's got some hits, I have to stop. I can't play it. I kind of just want a look, for fuck's sake. Just let me just play it back. I'm just waiting for a frame. So I'm doing a deep profile now. So something goes horrible. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's subtle and... Of course, there's no frame spikes. Look at the frame rate there, it's like 12. It's literally 12. But I don't know why that's picking it up alright. That's not a real object. I am confused though why it's doing that. Again, I might revisit this. It looks good on concrete, but not on metal. And not here. And of course, I'm getting 0 massive frame spikes now. Don't need to get a frame spike when I set off all the exploding objects. I also noticed that their jump system works differently at different frame rates. Good job, lads. Yeah, so the quality of volumetrics is directly dependent on the frame rate. So when your frame rate's high, volumetrics look good. When your frame rate low, volumetrics no look good. But as I said before, this is a problem for future Adam. No, still no... oh god, I can't see shit. I can't even find the debug text, it's so dark in here. Oh man, see, that's why I don't think you can see that on stream. That ball casting a shadow. Oh, let's turn the profile off because apparently, oh, look at the frame rate now. Oh, I mean, I'm only streaming at 30, but that's now much higher. But notice I jump higher now. But yeah, I don't think you can see that on the left-hand side. There's a. The SSRR is struggling. I don't know why. So that looks all right without any shiny floors, but with shiny floors, it looks wrong. Of course, I'm not profiling. Alright, profiling again. See, I think a lot of the mirror stuff is not very performant on memory usage. I'm a little bit concerned about. But no, it's not gonna break on me again. But see how high I don't jump in this mode. What I will do is in public rule dynamic detail equals true. Because this is something that annoys me about an awful lot of computer games. Why are you... Oh, we already have one. Right then. There's something that annoys me about a lot of computer games. If the frame rate drops, I no longer want you to draw particles. I no longer care. So what I'll do is I'll just do public bool FPS is low equals false. I almost never, if ever, want a game to drop below, I'll say 30 frames a second. If I'm at 30 frames a second, I no longer want you to draw particles. I want you to stop doing stuff. To keep the frame rate up. Frame rate is king. So, if dynamic detail, else, low, FPS is equals false. If because in this case, and also bear in mind that when you're playing, I'm playing with you, you've got a kick-ass computer and I'm on a potato. If you are running at low frame rate, I am rather, I really want this thing's gone. Okay. If performance monitor dot FPS is low, very, very fast, we need the performance back. And I feel all games should do this. So I've lost count. Like Colin McRae Dirt 2 is particularly bad at this. When I'm not in VR, I've had it drop below 20 frames a second as it's busy drawing particles. Like, please don't draw particles when the frame rate's that low in VR. I don't care. You know, aim to keep the frame rate as high as you can, but if for some reason it drops low, start culling stuff. Spawn half as many sparks. Spawn half as many particles full stop. It will come back and then you can have it come up and down. And I genuinely don't know why games don't do this. And it's something I do make a big thing of. So now, we've got shiny decals at last long time. If we turn the profiler on, the frame rate should collapse. And now you see the wetness clears up. Now obviously it's not the wetness causing the performance, but not drawing, all of that will help. It still looks alright. It doesn't look so sort of triple A, but it's good enough. So, we are going to want a bunch of particles for this, aren't we? So we're going to want the what would you call it? Got your water jet, and then when you impact, you've got sort of something like that at the normal, and then you've got some splashback. So the splashback we can do. So water splashback, which apparently Unity isn't thinking. Water splashback. water radial, I guess I would call it. This is the thing. I said we're playing pressure. I need to stop saying this is the thing. We have been playing Pressure Washer Simulator recently, and it is so good at its effects, and it doesn't have very many. So they've had a good opportunity to just do a few and get them really right. That's for gravity, none. Shape. Oh my god, Unity. I'm going to restart Unity. Something is running really badly here. Am I accidentally running another copy of Unity? No, I'm not for once. Yeah, so Unity was definitely having a, there we go, a moment. Right. So I also need to work on the player graphic, which is currently this box. Right, so we've got the water splashback. And it is on a cone like that. Not quite that much. But it will fire back. Oops, I meant to do the water radio. Radial. Oh, that's interesting. So I want to make all of these like ripple or like heat haze, like distortion, but I can't. Yet. Kind of, but also not. I'm trying to think. That's kind of what I want, but smaller. Okay. Smaller. And kinda. I suspect though, I want it to. I've got no sense of scale here, so I'm going to get it wrong. Let's pop it in the room so I can see. Where's my room? I found that's another thing as well. It's very easy to accidentally make a particle effect, you know, either 100 times too big or 100 times too small, because you haven't. Let's pretend, for sake of argument, we're firing off that wall. Now, it definitely won't be lasting that long. Possibly not even that. So we get a quarter of that. But 4 times, twice the speed. Ah, there it's kind of... That's actually spot on, isn't it? That's the wrong one. That should have been the splashback. So we have 2 effects, one of which comes back at the angle you fire it at. Oh no, it's a reflect vector. So if I'm aiming up, it will aim away. And the other one is the inverse to normal vector. Right, so if I just put... There's the other one, which we will now fix. And this one comes out more like that. Again, lower speed. We won't bother with any gravity. Perfect. No. We will... Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted. Not quite. How do I make it fatter? Oh, no. So I want them bigger, but not like that. Though that does look pretty cool. What I do want though is to fix the... Oh, is it the pivots? No. What's that set? There you go. I probably do want gravity because it's a bit... So these won't be like shiny additive particles. These will be water ripply particles. It's just that I can't do those. And with both of the particles going at once... I note that one of them is a bit more subtle than the other. That'll probably do. I wish these were soft particles, but quite frankly, I'm having major issues with Unity's particles right now. So it works, done, tick box, come back as a thing to twiddle later on. And we also have the water jet. I might do the same thing on the renderer. Oh, only... Kinda, but also completely not. Yeah, the problem with this is going to be that it's going to just play. It's going to play through the wall. So yeah, you've got Unity's. I want them to stretch based on their speed. Not quite like that. I've now got a pivot of 10. Maybe alright. You'll probably almost never see those. So again, if I... realistically, yeah, I should probably tweak that, because I'm not going to allow the player to shoot stuff. I mean, that's already about 30 meters away, so should we trim that a bit? Like, it's cool, but probably a bit OTT. It's also 100 particles per second. That kind of solves it, but only by... I may also end up with 2 particle effects, one for you, one for other people. So I suspect this doesn't look anywhere near as good from your point of view. You can see it's doing weird rotating things. Well, that's not too bad. I make it more transparent there. Not sure what else I can do to improve that. Okay, so what have we also got? We've also got water jet, water radial, and water splashback. Let's hook those up. Radial appears at the impact normal. So particle PG particle manager dot do directional last hit, comma look normal or impact normal? Impact normal. And then the other one is at the look normal, the reflection of the look normal and the impact normal. So this is the last normal. I don't really want a scaled burst. I just want a ranged particle burst, but with the direction. Two ranged directional particle burst. So Unity, by default, has no concept of not drawing particles a million miles away. So if you've got a really complex fireplace or something, it will just admit it. It doesn't care. It just does it. I don't even think it stops when you can't see it. So I've had to write my own code, my own wraparound Unity's particle system to do what, to me, is very, very basic. Now, all of these systems support scaling. So I could just say, do 1,000 particles, and it'd be like, yeah, but you're only running at 10 frames a second, so actually I'm not going to. Sorry, I'm just cleaning my glasses. Apparently, an elf sneaks into my house each night and just rubs its arse all over my glasses. That's the only reason there's so much grease on them. I don't touch my glasses, ever. I'm not a child. But apparently, something does. And what was it? So once I've got this kind of working locally, the next step is to hook all of this water jet code network, which should be very easy, and then give it a bash. So I should really organise my laptop for at some point. For reasons absolutely unknown, when I am using mouse without borders with Unity on a program running on the remote computer, like the mouse sensitivity is scaled up like a millionfold. I've no idea why. So I've had to implement keyboard controls just for that. So I wanted 100, probably one, and I'll clamp it off at 32 meters. That's radial. Back appears. Actually, probably we want 2. So it's vector 3 L splash dir equals vector 3 dot reflect. So the in direction is our look normal, and that one is the last normal. So I'm going to comment out the normal because I just want to get this one right first. This one should be quite cool because this one should act nicely. Realistically as well, the radial one should be a factor of how much you're pointing at it. I don't know if there's any point, really. I'm not writing pressure washing simulator. Power wash simulator, sorry. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, right, it's one. That doesn't work. Oh. Okay. Why didn't it work? Water splashback is not what? Particle management 2 directional scale burst last. It wasn't directional scale burst, so I meant to do ranged. Because the other one, that function scales. You say try and do 100 particles, and if you're too far away or the frame rate is low, you'll just do less particles. Okay. Still nothing. I love this subgame of just guessing which profiler I'm attaching to, and fuck you, come on Unity, sort it out. No, you're gonna make me rerun it. Fine. Okay. Latte is sensible. Last normal is sensible. Cool. And I said spawn a splashback. Oh. I got the distance and the particle count the wrong way around. I said spawn 32 particles 1 meter away instead of 1 particle 30 meters away. There we go. It's not working, but I was just distracted by how nice and wet it looked. I guarantee you, by the way, Pressure Washing Simulator is using this exact thing. I'm pleased with that. What are you doing, Unity? What have you been compiling scripts? What scripts? Still doesn't work. Okay. Oh wait. What? Max? Did I? Bro? It's distance count. Did I not save this or something? There we go. It's not quite right. This is where soft particles would help a lot. Right, is this ready to reflect one? It's totally not, is it? Oh, maybe. It's totally not working right though, is it? Okay, what's the cyan one then? Wait, what? How's the normal of what I hit straight down? Oh, the collider is probably absolutely bollocks, isn't it? So I look at these. I think that their collider is pretty bollocks as well. This is honestly not something I don't think I actually had any collider at all. No, right. That really was causing that one. It's not actually something I've concerned myself with. It's the roundness of the colliders. So there you go. That one is round because it's a sphere. There we go. So that's working. But I'm going to need to tweak it because it's not right. Which is a shame because it looks so... Huh? It looks so good there, but then I realised there's all that. It's like that Homer meme. Okay, so I pause it because that looks pretty good. But say there's not a way to like clamp. If say I need to get rid of all this, I need to stop saying I say. I start off by not having said something with as I said, as I'm about to say. That will solve a lot of it. Ugh. The problem with that is now it will spawn the light. There isn't a way to do a clamp. I think how can I get the effect I want? Because that's perfect. It's exactly what I want. So I halve the speed, bring the pivot up. Make them fatter. I don't remember how. I love that when I hit Control Z, it stops it going. 1 to 2. Bring the pivot back down again. That's getting there, isn't it? I've got to bear in mind that it needs to start there. That's probably a little bit OTT, isn't it? It's cool, but it's pretty mad. That's a bit more. Not great from that angle, but particles don't really work very well. Hello, Blondie 6472. I think I'm happy with that. What's this whining about? Oh, yeah. Come on, Unity. There we go. So once this has a more ripply effect, I'm hoping it will do what I want. That's also, let's try 80 degrees. It always comes forward from the wall. Right, let's try that. I think I'm just not making enough there. Place it. That's bad. It's probably a little bit. Yeah, that's what I was. So you shoot the top of the box, it goes up. Shoot the side of the box, it goes down. Really need to be soft particles for the right effect. Is that the sure that's not the correct reflect. Oh wait. Twit. There we go. So this should reflect. If I aim upwards, it should come off at an angle 45 degrees. Sorry, 90 degrees from the input angle. Oh. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? That's not right, though. That can't be right. What are you talking about? That's good. That's bollocks. Gizmos on, but decals. I'm sure I thought this was a good idea initially, but it's gotten out of hand, hasn't it? So let me check. Blue is the reflect direction. Am I not understanding how to use Vector 3 reflect? It's possible. Unity Vector 3 or reflect. Yeah. Reflective vector of plane 5 from normal. I love the way they give the worst possible. I can't even put my brain around that example. Makes the reflected object appear opposite the original object, mirror along the z-axis of the world. What? But its direction, normal. Ah. No. Yeah. So we I got this one off my round? I mean, I can just try it. So we're reflecting in normal. It's the second one. In normal. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so Gizmo. The cyan shows the last normal, which is the direction of the facet, and then I want to put into it the look normal. The debug.draw array. If I do last hit, comma, negative LR direction. That should draw a red line back along the input direction. And that is the negative look normal. Yeah, I'm confused because I'm like, this is not that complicated. Yeah, so I have a look at that. Oh no, that is correct. Ah, it is correct. I just can't tell it's correct from the angle at which I'm doing it, that's all. So there, it looks like it's going straight up. But it's not. It's going to come off at that angle. But I can't tell. Which is fine. This is not just for me. There are other people. Yeah, that's actually facing away from me. Now I look at it. That's towards. Still not perfect, but it will... I never know how to develop games. Like, should I implement one thing and then polish it to the nth degree and then move on to the next one? Or should I just put a whole bunch of stuff in and come back to them? The problem is with doing the coming back to them is like, I like many people, I quite often don't come back to them. Well, let's do a couple of things. First of all, let's make the beginning of this effect more transparent. Actually, let's make it all a bit more transparent. And color of a lifetime, let's fade it in. It's really not doing what I had expected to be doing. It's kind of... Maybe I'm just being too subtle. Me? Too subtle? There we go. I'm so confused why sometimes it's... I mean, I'm now... Sorry, I'm doing the wrong monitor. That's a good quarter of the way through. Why is... Oh, that's the transparency problem, isn't it? I'll make that bright green. Just that I would expect to have to... Like there, now it's kind of doing... It's still not doing what I'd expect. Yeah, really we need soft particles. I do have soft particles, but not glow soft particles. Oh look, the Unity particle system doesn't work. I have already poked them going, these don't work, by the way. Hopefully at some point I will get a response. Somewhere. I've also tweeted the guy. Damn it, where is... Ah, here we go. Yeah. Oh, if we could get a bug report, what? Report a bug. How to report bugs. Like, dude, you report the bug. I've just shown you. Help report a bug. I mean, quite frankly, quite a lot of them don't seem to be working very well. What happened? Okay. Describe the problem. Supplied 11.0 HDRP distortion particles do not work. What happened? See title. Here's a picture. The distortion. They didn't work. This is the thing. Oh, actually, well, I didn't know they didn't work. They can't work, dude. They can't work. You haven't finished writing the shader. Distortion particles do not work. Distortion is not tagged. And the soft particles don't fucking work either. Half these particles do not work. Distortion is not tagged, and the combine node is not connected. Therefore, the normal map does nothing. And no, you're not putting all of my fucking project in. I love that. You must first what the problem is related to. The editor. How often does it happen? Always. I don't know why he wants me to go through this rather than that. But yeah, do you want to attach your whole problem? No. But Unity, some of the Unity devs are, and I want to put this like well up their own fucking ass. Seriously. I never said that it was working. What do you mean? You never said you thought it was working. This is your job, is to write shit that works. Like, that is the bizarrest thing to come back with. I don't know it works. This is your job. My mind is boggled at the concept of, well, as far as I know it works. Because it can't. This could never have worked. I mean, I can't get the soft ones to work either. So these are the soft particles. Which, if you notice, are not drawing anything. There they are. That might just be my parameters are wrong. Is it done sending? But yeah, the Unity devs, some of them are very, very good. Some of them are absolutely not. That is the ultimate chucked it over the fence. Dude, I've shown you a picture. Open up the version 11 particles and go, they're okay for me. In which case I'll go, ooh, then I must have done an issue. Or you go, oh shit, they're broken. Because I'm pretty sure, oh shit, they're broken. Well, I can't get these to work either. I suspect they did work, don't get me wrong. Let's have a look. Well, he is actually doing something here. That's a good start. I have no idea what this massive complexity is for multiplying that without then splitting it and... Yeah. And here, this takes the camera's far plane, then multiplies it by 0. And then subtracts. like, what the fuck is this? Oh wow, so Unity reckoned 80% of reports are assigned in Engineer in less than 2 weeks. That's not brilliant. As case 1405493. Honestly though, all of the HDRP particle shaders or 11.0.0 seem broken. The soft unlit just doesn't work. Looking into the shader shows that you're multiplying the far plane of the camera by 0. That can't be right. This is the thing. I could have got a bug report. Can you do a fucking regression test? But yeah, why the hell did you release it if you don't think it works? There is no way. That's the best bit. Not only can I show the combined node's not connected, I can also at the same time, this is about love, show that the distortion's not on. So it's like, how did you expect this to distort? Unity is a wonderful and thoroughly broken piece of software all at the same time. And I get very angry at it at times, which is fair. But this is basic regression testing. We're shipping version 11. Does it work? Now, it's possible I've broken something. I will happily go, very happily go, oh shit, you're right. Thank you so much. But I don't think I have. Obviously, I would have just fixed it. Okay. Why are you in the wrong place? Last hit, last normal. Right, that's just... What? Why? What? Okay, I've just been too subtle. It's not something you hear me say very often. Ah, no, this is music with... Ugh. Royalty-free chip music. Royalty-free chip music. Cool. Yeah, that's because someone put it together and someone else did. This is how I find royalty-free stuff. I do that, then I immediately make sure it's not got any matches. If I don't get any matches, cool. But sometimes, you see, it gets added afterwards. This is now a lot of particles I'm spawning, and I'm a bit concerned about the way it works. What probably I want to do is for a remote player to do a start and say, that's not bad, is it? Tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to get a drink, and then I'm going to shove physics at it just because I can. And then, in theory, I think the network players are just going to say, I have done an impact here, and then we will send that across. Now, the problem is right now, I will send one of those per second, and that's not feasible. But I'm going to go grab a drink. You should do too. You should hydrate, guys. And you can literally watch paint dry. So this function will probably become a generate force at. I'm just not sure to do send this. The server will ripple it back to all clients, and clients will then generate 1 second of this there. Under look normal. Add force. At position. Now, let's not get this wrong. I always get this wrong. It's force, comma, position. Amazing. There's an actual urban definition. Urban, I'm going to thumbs up. Urban definition of a Fortress Craft terrorist. I'm so tweeting that. The fuck? Toys R Us are coming back? Now, now, clients, you say. Oh, right, okay, that wasn't it. Clients can't directly interact with physics, only the server, but this actually provides me with an interesting sidestep. What I'll probably have to do is on the server, take all the clients. Oh no, wait, I'll take all the clients' messages and send them back out, which is I fired from here to there with my water jet. Simulate. All I'm taking away from this is that these barrels are not very heavy. Now, assuming you can only affect burnables, come on, come on, on, out. I can't put fires out yet. That's to do. I will probably also struggle because right now it's... Yeah, so I'm going to have to think about how to do this because a client will say, hello, I have done a splosh. It will say, I am standing here, I sploshed to there, and then the server will take care of it. The client will not cool it, it will be all remote. So I'm probably going to want to now to, sadly, write some more scripts. What time is it? Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Time goes, time scries, time flies, you're having fun. What do we call this? I'm going to call it Splosh Manager. And why not? This deals with both the local client saying I done a splosh from here to there, and the server telling us, hey, someone, including us, of course, done a splosh. And some of this code will just go into that, basically. Now the thing is, I'm going to work out how to do this, because we can have one active splosh. I'm going to say splosh a lot. I can have one active splosh for every player in the world. And I really don't want them to be firing one splosh a frame. So realistically, you won't just go, you will fire a long splosh. Now, I could do a start splosh and an end splosh. And I might have to. Or I can just say a splosh happens here for this much time. So public class ongoings. So public vector 3 start, end, players will do a splosh for 1 second to avoid trying to send 50 splashes a frame. Poor Tad. Public list ongoing splosh. I've completely forgot. Was it unintended dev, unknown dev? Someone earlier was like, "Oh wow, you're so good at writing code first time." Yeah, I'm not so sure this is going to work. I think this might require a few iterations, shall we say? MA splashes I dot time left that's time down to a time. If MA splashes, what? This is why I copy paste stuff rather than what the fuck is that? Less than equal to 0. MA splashes dot remove remove at I minus. Generate the appropriate splosh. The jet graphic will be sent separately as a so this is just basically this code put in there. And I'm going to fix up next, just because I'm really concerned about people running at a very high frame rate. Void do splosh. Splosh. Ongoing splosh. L. Splosh. 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 Const continue. It may also be that the local graphics remain as they are, and everybody else's graphics are a bit more would also need to embed in who sent the splosh, so I can fix it. I am concerned this is going to be extremely expensive. Okay, cast array out and see what we hit. So, else splosh. Start. Will the client tell us where it thinks it hit? I guess there's no point. So it'll just be direction. Else splosh dot direction. Splosh dot direction. Okay. So the, where are we? We're in the client code, aren't we? Client side splosh code. Because we've got the client side, which is draw graphics, and then we have the server side, which is push physics objects around. Actually, if I do store the M last burnable, then PG Network Manager dot instance not equals to null, and PG Network Manager dot instance dot is server. Out network messages. Do you know what? An easier solution to that would just be public static pool is server. This means we don't need to null check. Now, lots of code is about to complain at me, but I don't care. Do server splosh. This will use the generated burnable code detected in the client and server part. Client and server side splash code. That's I'm not sure we can look up Brunels by ID. We might be able to. Okay, so void do server splosh. So the server splosh code is the I'm trying to work out how much of this to mirror on the client. So, for example, when I shoot the wall, I do want the decals to appear for everyone, but do I actually need to bother transmitting it? I guess I do. Because right now this is local, so the server can probably do that just fine. To do, take into account hit force via distance. So I guess once we evaluated the array here, it'll be do splosh particles. I guess what I could do is if I implement this here, don't queue the splosh, and instead bounce it off the splosh manager. Public static splosh manager instance. Void enqueue EUE splosh. To do, send this over the internet. I think I have to do this. I need to queue up a splosh and then debounce it. Public float splosh debounce. And that should have been a 0. Vector 3L start, vector 3L there. Is that all I need? I think it is. So, public void DQ splosh. Splish. No, we're not doing splishes. L splosh dot time left equals 1f. Now my issue is I don't really know if this is going to work, because what happens now is I'm bouncing it off a different system. Cool. But I am only updating what's going on once a second. So it probably won't feel quite as responsive. But what might have to happen is if this is our splosh, ignore it. So then I will continue to generate all the particles on the client, because then they'll be absolutely spot on. But the server particles will be close enough, but quite responsive. Yeah, so lots of these are going to complain, but I don't need to do this anymore. Haha. Oh shit, I have quite a lot to do. So this is the advantage. I don't need to bother testing whether or not the network manager is null, because I don't care. All I care is, are we a server? If we are a server, I know it's not null. Huh? Oh. Okay. I expect stuff will break. Oh, I'm not queuing it up, am I? Player simply. Oh, yeah, here we go. Splosh about. So, Splosh manager dot instance dot NQ Splosh. And this is where we'd normally do this. Okay, still nothing. Why? Oh. Less than 0. See, right now I will generate a splosh for 1 second, but I think I will just do that as a network thing. So I don't want to make the mistake of trying to transmit the splosh every frame, because there's just no point. Really, there isn't. Even if it was every... Yeah, so if I... But my sploshes probably want to be more accurate than that. But that's a network splosh. Splosh, splosh, splosh. So. So let's do that. QE Q splosh equals true. Perform local particle effects. You're not supposed to be accurate with shoving the objects around, so that's not much of an issue. this is now only done via networking. And we wouldn't actually... Oh, I need to cue the splosh. So what I can't do at the minute... Oh, I need to write the network message. Because this is going to be a pain because it requires 2 network messages. Right, to server. Player. What am I going to get? Player splosh to server. And player splosh to client. Oh, there's lots to hear, so... And player. Let's put client splosh message. To client splosh message. I don't want to call it client message because does that mean to the client or from the client? Okay. Ignore our own splosh. Oh, hold on. Do I want to ignore our own splashes? No. Yes. Sort of. Ignore our splashes. Unless we're the server. In which case we need to only, oh god, apply our own physics. Now it's tempting to make the server's physics updated 30 frames a second, but I shouldn't do that. Elder oopsie. Elder dot there. Okay. So this is the server telling clients what to do. Okay, so if PG, what's it called, network messages is server? Where is it gone? Is server. apply physics from all of the other splashes, but not graphics from ours. Oh, God. Else, skip our own splosh. Okay, so false. Clients do not apply physics. Do not do okay, so we need a we have to do true and false. Clients do graphics but no physics. Now bear in mind I haven't tested this game networked all day long. So I suspect some stuff's broken. Timer's set. Yeah, I should probably do that soon. Okay. Do physics but no graphics. Else do graphics and physics. This is someone else's splosh and we are a server. Come aboard, apply physics. Oh, I don't know which order was that. Ball spawn particles. Now, I do have another issue. The server will be spawning water decals, so probably we don't want to. I'm not sure I can solve that. So the person who did the squirting, have a comment. So if I squirt, my update rate is pretty poor. So locally generate 100% accurate graphics and send a rough approximation to the server. On the server, I need to apply physics. On other clients, we render the graphics. Oh no, so water decals are not to be transmitted. They spawn locally for me. I do not do graphics as a client. For my echo, echo back. I probably at some point want to stop transmitting your messages back to you. I think I can do that. I think it should be a function mark. Transmit to everyone apart from. Water decals for other clients should be under the graphics part. I think that's actually going to work. The clients will just go, oh, this is me. If else splosh.do spawn particles, this is only ever false if we are a server and this is our own particles. Clients who... No, I'm going to a lot more comments because this is more complicated. Receiving their loop back do not get this far. I have a horrible feeling, by the way. I'm going to write all this and it's just nothing's going to work. I also need to write the to server version of this, but that should be a bunch easier. The annoying thing is we are really, this is going to be almost exactly the same in all respects. The only difference is at the very, very end, I call a slightly different function. So this is just going to be splosh manager dot instance enq splosh. But this is deq splosh, yeah. Do I need to know who did it? Yeah, I guess I do. We're not calling this function yet. But I guess we do want no, wait, hold on. Let's start at the top. This is the to server message. This is the client telling the server, hey, we've got a splosh. Splosh. I'm so glad we're not streaming Pressure Washer Simulator tonight. I've just said splosh too much. So this is the bit that sends to the server. This is the bit where the server gets it back. So now the server needs to take the incoming splosh message and then queue up one ready for going out, which is enq. That's fine. I'll also want a public void client send splosh to server. I'm a uint l owner. So the client presses a button, the packets go up to the server saying the details of the splosh. That then goes down into the splosh manager, which then sends it back up to everybody else. So this function here is this will be net messages dot instance dot send blah blah blah, and then this one will be let's call this enq splashes send server send splashes splosh. I can't believe I've typed the word splosh 566 times. I haven't, 'cause I think it's got multiple lines. No, that means I've typed splosh 566 times today. I've said it probably more. So that sends it to the server. And then the server will But once this is written, everything should correctly bounce off the internet, even for me. I'm not special as the server. My physics aren't special. My graphics are the same. They are locally faked and then remotely simulated. Okay, so network messages needs 2. Notice these are getting shorter and shorter. I really wish I could do this in a programmatic way, rather than, because this function is going to get enormous. But this is exactly the same as above. Only I registered the server handler, not the client handler. Which is a big pile of stupid. Are we adding the same component twice? Should we in fact just be re-registering the handlers as also server? I actually think this function, some of these functions don't do anything. I've not bothered checking because on message triggers, I don't care about the rest. So the Splosh manager should say Splosh to client dot I've forgotten what it's called. Set message to all clients. Owner L start there. Oh, dire, yeah. And then the client needs to say what it's called now. Send update to server. Now, how do we normally do that one? I'm glad I was actually quite good at my naming convention because it's made it very easy to find. Who are we? How do we decide who we are? Okay. Send update to server local player.net ID. Instance .NET ID. There we go. I'll start. Now there. Wow, this is unbelievable abstraction. This is very complicated code. So to reiterate, myself mostly, a client, when they click the water button, all the particles are local, but the physics don't do anything. The physics are sent to the server. The server simulates the physics. The server then tells all clients about that splosh. Those clients then draw the particles, but not apply the physics, unless the message is being echoed back to you, in which case you do neither the particles nor the physics. The chances of this working first time are so small. I've written so much code, which has to run on technically 2 computers, sort of 3, because I have to run it in the client domain and the server domain and the remote client domain. However, it's working. Let's start. Okay. That bit's not. So somewhere along the lines, one of those things didn't. Unrelated, I realise I'm getting distracted here. I just want to fix this collider because it's annoying me that I can't whoosh on it. That message mean? No errors there, so that's good. Yeah. Right, so it's the blue one. Okay. What is our sploshy bounce? Cool. Let's see. We are sending a splosh. Appears to be valid. Is it being received on the server? It is. Okay, good. We then immediately just send this to all the clients, including ourselves, one hopes. And then... Okay, well, so far so good. Was it us? It was. This is the one I'm expecting. So this is set to spawn particles false, apply physics true. And we now have one active splosh, active for another 1 second. Does this splosh generate particles? Good. No, it doesn't. Good. So we evaluate all the data. We We're not hitting a burnable. That's fine. That needs to come next. I need to then say, what have I hit? And then reduce its temperature. The idea is that I can start to put fires out. We are a server. Ah, but this is all working fine. Apart from that it's not working, it's great. Huh. As I've mentioned before, these are the worst bugs. Nothing's wrong. Everything looks absolutely tickety-boo. Particles are fine. Oh, part's really good, actually. That's... Might make the radial a bit bigger. But it looks nice and erratic. Wetness is better in some places than others, I have to say. The only bit that's not working is, for some reason, the server is not correctly finding a burnable. What do we hit? If I point at that, what do we hit? A wall. Ah. That's not right. Ah. Simple interact. Right. I think I might know what the issue is here. So I am at a position of -5, saying in a direction of, oh, numbers less than 1. When I come to dequeuing it, do I never come around to dequeuing it? I know I do. Huh? Oh, I detected a debugger. That'd be why. Well, I don't know. I suspect then. My thoughts are, yeah, the start and the direction are mixed up. Oh man. Start direction. Start direction, start direction, start direction, start direction. Start is start, start is start. DQ splosh is called pos there, pos there, pos there, pos there, pos there, pos there. Surface sends it der pos. Aha. New switch around. Ironically, if I'd made the mistake twice, it probably would have been okay. Well, I do game development for a living. I just thought I'd share it for a week or so, see how I felt. I mean, honestly, I'm not getting very many viewers, it's barely worth doing, but it does stop me going, you know what, I'm just going to Google pictures of kittens for a couple of hours. Still not. Oh, yeah, there we go. So this is the thing. If I just sort of swoosh my hose across like that, it doesn't work. Because it applies the physics there for a second. If I go, but to be honest, I can't tell. And I know for a fact it's doing it. It just feels really powerful. And it took me quite a while to realise it wasn't actually any more powerful. I need to be able to shoot all the objects, don't I? They're all net synced, so it shouldn't make a difference. But what you're seeing there, that's networked. I am not simulating any of this locally. It's all being sent off to myself, technically, and coming back again. Yes, I mean, I'm pretty good at not procrastinating. I really am. But I want to... Oh my god, Stardew looks awful. People do realise, right, that this shit, like, Prison Architect developed a UI style and a graphic style, and it was shit. It was shit. And then RimWorld copied the shit art style, and now we have this shit art style as a valid art style for games. I hate this. I wonder if I've got a picture of Quagons. Because I started to do a... I wonder if I've got any pictures. I started to do, I'll say, a clone of... screenshots, here we go. Clone is not the right word. I started to do a RimWorld style game. I was being paid to do it. And we made it look like this. Why would you make your game look like that when it could look like this? I don't understand. It's actually pretty good. It has a full oxygen simulation. So if you get here, you can see this is the heat simulation. So this room here has got a heater in it, and it's a nice temperature. But if the door is open, the heat bleeds out. This is the thing. RimWorld is probably, and I have no doubt, it's probably a really good game. But I'm not playing it because it looks the way it does. I'm just not. I refuse. Yeah, you can see here. In fact, there's a two. So you can see the heat there, and it's beginning to dissipate through. It was really cool. I was really pleased with it. So you ended up having to build rooms out in the open, and only robots could go there because there was no oxygen, and then people could move from room to room briefly. There you go. There's the oxygenation. So there's the oxygenators, and you can see towards this end of the room it's a bit more dangerous. But yeah, I am. Ironically, I like the burger version of their logo. Come on, you. Because their logo's really nice. But yeah, making it look like. Oh yes, Maya. My goodness me, did that ever come out? But yeah, really, I do not understand why anyone would look at RimWorld's art style going, that's it. That's the art style I want. The problem I have with that art style is, I've mentioned this game before, a game called Graveyard Keeper. Graveyard Keeper is fantastic. Graphics. The game varies a lot. But the thing about this game is that it looks like a 16-bit game. And the important thing about 16-bit games is they looked as good as they could. It's low resolution pixel art. It's weird. It's got beautiful lighting for about 30 of the objects in the game, and then they went, this is too much work. We don't want to do lighting on all the objects. So there's no normal maps for most objects, but it is a beautiful, beautiful game. And you can make your game look like this. It doesn't have to look like. Okay. I know the guy who did Maya, Simon. What was it called? Simon Roth, that was it. Because everyone went fucking nuts over it. But they went nuts over a single screenshot. Oh, God. Holy, wow. Okay, this is not the game I remember. But my goodness me, does that look like Quagons? Yeah. Yeah, I think it was like that screenshot. Everyone liked the 80s aesthetic. That's nice. Oh, what's going on there? But yeah, that's kind of where we were going with the look. But yeah, we just went with the art. I'm sending it to my artist. But everyone got excited about the 80s aesthetic, not the game. Absolutely horrific UI. Wow. I like this game, but years of no improvements. Game break. Oh, is it? Click. Wow. So he hasn't fixed the bugs, but he's just put in a brand new... He's put a brand new voxelized shadow system, which he's not shown in any of these pictures. So he's still working on it.
Hey everyone, Simon here, and this is another Mayor update. So this build has
Why is he...
really nice optimization.
Hello everybody, I thought I would just talk to you on the stream. Hello! Use your voice. Engage your diaphragm, sir.
A lot of fixes in it, and a new ray marched.
It kind of sounds like his mum's in bed and he doesn't want to wake her up.
World and produces
that's nice shadow.
a scary thing, but
which
and on every character it's like the little bugs flying around or the doorways.
Yeah, he seems to have got distracted with stuff that nobody wants. Bear in mind, I have had to be a bit quieter when people are asleep in the house, and at one point my neighbour banged on the door. But if you're doing your trailer video, hello guys, I'm doing the trailer video. It's just, you know, talk quiet. Fuck it, at least do it in a quiet room. Get yourself a little wireless lavalier mic, and run a compressor through it. Like I'm doing this live. I think I'm running a bit of a compressor, am I? Yeah. So normally I sound like this, you see, but I'm running a gate of 4. Normally I do run a little bit of a compressor. The problem is, right, you can hear that in the background. If I take my headphones off, it's so quiet. That hiss you're hearing in the background is such a tiny noise. I do need to do some more work. I do want to move all my computers further away, run much longer cables, maybe get them in a box on the other side of the room. It's high frequency noise, so it should be quite easy to muffle. Anyway, sploshes are now working, and quite frankly, I decided I like it so much, I am going to, in the Splosh Manager, and last rigid body. I'm sorry, they're just too cool. It's just that simple. Okay, if lhit.collider. Oh, actually, I can just do that equals lhit.collider.attach rigid body. Rigid body. So procrastination is part of it. Not much, but a bit. But to a large degree, I just want people to start knowing what I'm doing and at least get a little bit excited about it. I'm hoping this one is going to be kind of exciting enough for people to go, ooh, look at this, and share some stuff, because it really does have some cool looks and happening things. Sorry, what helps gloss over compromises, by the way? Mostly, I'm just I'm beginning to get back into the swing of streaming development. I know a lot of people find it very, very interesting, and I am in a situation where I can, and I know that people like to be able to interact with developers. And I mentioned Graveyard Keeper, and I will say Graveyard Keeper has some wonderful graphics, and the game's all right. I tried to get hold of the devs. They didn't respond. I couldn't believe it. I genuinely was like, I tweeted them and they just, I mean, I've got more followers than they've got. I genuinely could not believe it. Like, honestly, honest to God, I didn't get a response. What was the other game? Forager. Forager is fucking broken. Lovely game, fucking broken. And the best thing was, I worked out why it was so broken. Tweeted them, no response. And then I found an article. They'd hired someone to optimize the game. And I was like, so what they did is they did it so if objects weren't on the screen, they didn't update. I was like, okay, yeah. So, and then when they came in range, they updated. I was like, oh. Because then when lots of things are killed off screen, you walk towards them, the game just locks up for a second. I mean, these boxes are probably not heavy enough. Let's tweak that a little bit. Let's make the barrels 5 times heavier. And all the boxes, I'll find them. It's kind of a shame there's no way to just say it has a density of blah. Calculate the weight automatically. I mean, I could do that. I might have to do the splotches twice a second because if I just do a little burst of fire, and I don't really know why I would, I can kind of tell. Ah, right, now I can't push them at all. That's more, that feels better, because if I just do a little split, okay, I'm bad. Because if I just do a little splush, it doesn't really do much. I have to do a longer one anyway. It's me, I don't suppose you're watching, are you? Come on, can I make you fall? It doesn't take into account distance yet. That will help, because as the object gets moved away, but you can see there, it obviously pushed the object for more than... Oh, I can't make this. Now, the cool thing is, this is 100% network synced, I think. And it actually feels pretty good. There does appear to be some weird inaccuracies, like... I guess I've got an object and I'm like wandering towards it like this. I'm not actually applying the physics how I think I should be. This is not planned to be part of the game in a major way there. You're not supposed to sit there and move objects around. You're supposed to make them cooler. Shiny ball is shiny. I'm very pleased with that effect. Subtle. If I do that, you can probably see it a bit easier. It should disappear. Oh, you can see there, it's now drier than it was. But yeah, you can't push objects, but you can hose them. Yeah, you can see this one's getting shiny, very shiny for some reason where I'm doing it on there. Ah. Come on. What I might do though is locally fire that for a second. But there does appear to be some weirdness. You notice how it was like, nope, 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 bosh. Fine. I can see where this is going to go. Wow. The next step is to be able to put them out. Which is actually quite easy to do. Now I shouldn't need to do this code here. It's a ball. It shouldn't have a very high static coefficient of friction. Unity doesn't really do static friction very well. I also need to write a Patreon post. I won't do that now. I might be at the arcade tomorrow. I haven't decided, but I will write a Patreon post on Friday. Hang on. Please all harass me to write a small Patreon post on Friday when I'm streaming. Thank you. Thank you. Love you. No, you. Hang up. No, you hang up. So I'm approaching the end of the stream now. I will give this a network bash soon. Actually, we're kind of almost there. So once I can put fires out, we're kind of there. Server can apply cooling splosh to the object. Wait, well, what? Now, how accurate do we want to get? Void, public void, apply water. Oh, well, it's a good reminder message. Okay, when an object is wetted, it will reduce its temperature and it will get wet. Wet objects will slowly dry, but wetness absorbs incoming temperature. Think of it like the armor in Doom. So, public float current wetness. Let's say 250 for sake of argument. So you can apply water to an object and it will let's say 10 per second. So 25 man seconds to apply 250 C of water protection. So you can hose something down to keep it cool and stop it catching fire. I like that. Last burnable dot apply. Last burnable dot apply water. Okay, and current temperature minus equals, I don't know, 100 degrees per second. Okay, so if end state equals in state dot burning. Now, how should this work? Correctly, once the object drops below its ignite temperature, it should stop burning, but should be able to be reignited. Option A. If object drops below ignition temperature, go out but allow reignition. Option B, that's probably what I'm going with, reduce the fuel left in the object. I'll probably just do that. But essentially, wetness is an armor against temperature rise. There's a t-shirt for you. Yes, a wet t-shirt won't burn. This is obvious. I don't know what rate to do this though. Right now, things don't burn very long, and that is temporary. Things will burn for several minutes. You have to put stuff out. You don't just wait. Wetted objects burn 10x faster, I guess. The only thing I need to do then is void raise temperature. I have been thinking about a thermal imaging pass, but I kind of thought how much of a pain, how difficult it would be. I really want to do it. But I know how difficult it will be, so I probably won't. Okay, so LR raise. So current wetness. LR new wetness equals current wetness minus LR raise. Current if LR new wetness is less than 0, LR new wetness equals 0. Cool. And the raise is reduced by the wetness. And then our current wetness is our new wetness. Wetness, wetness, wetness. Apply any remaining raise to the temperature. Yeah, it's not simple to do, unfortunately. I wish it was. Our other burnable dot, what's it called? Raise temperature by our temperature divided by 10 multiplied by distance. And that will also set the net dirty. I'm not transmitting the wetness factor. I could, in theory, tweak the renderer based on the wetness, but you'll probably never see it. So let's check this out. So if our current wetness is 100 and we receive a raise of 150, our new wetness will become negative 150. We'll clamp it. We'll subtract raise from, so in this case we'll have a positive raise of 50, store that one and apply 50. Cool. If we, on the other hand, we are currently at temperature 100 and we apply a, we're at temperature 100, no, wetness 100, we apply a raise of 50. So that means that the new wetness will become 50. The raise will then become some negative number and we won't apply anything. I think that's right. It's not that easy to do, but thankfully I do have a gizmo. I mean, I could do a little HUD of some description that shows the temperature of what you're looking at. I don't know. Okay, so, there are my gizmos. What? Oh, well, why are they not rendered on this screen? I mean, fine. And also at the same time, fuck. Right, so let's try and avoid a resonance cascade scenario there. Oh shit, that's exactly what I don't want to do. No, over there, over there. Wait. Move. That's pretty good. So I got it. I actually managed to hose it. Oh shoot, wrong button. Oh man, everything's on fire. Oh, that one's working. And that one. Because if you hose down a water, it doesn't... oh god. Okay, that doesn't appear to be working. Not and then on. Oh, I think void on GUI. I think this is for the text. But it is possible to do a renderer as temperature. Like that could be done. You essentially take the object, you clone it, you apply a different material, and you modulate the material based on the temperature. It's totally doable. That's a lot of work. And if you've ever played Batman, You know, the detective view in Batman. Yeah, that's what sponsored the. That's what sponsored. Inspired the hollow view in Fortress Craft. But I got to the point where I'm like, I just didn't turn it off because I didn't need to, and it was a lot better to play everything in that view. Now, I'm not sure what this is trying to tell me. It's trying to tell me that there is no current drawing scene view. I don't know why it's trying to tell me that. Because it should be in... It has to be in on GUI. I'm sure this was working. Like, I'm really sure this was working. The arrows are working, but the string isn't. But that is using GUI, which means you can only do it in the on GUI call, which is obviously... I was about to say it's awfully bollocks, but it's not. My point was, I worry that people wouldn't use the normal view. Yes, where's my text? Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce? Oh, wait, hold on. No, where is it? Where the hell's my text? Because this was in On Draw Gizmos, and it has been working in On Draw Gizmos. I'm sure of that. Oh. But I haven't changed anything. I did like the bit where the Joker's like, he still pays his taxes, not even he messes with the IRS. Is it something silly, like I can only draw them in this view, and then I get the error so I try and draw them in that view? I think that's what it is. Right. Good box. Fine, that'll do. Burn. Oh. Okay. So burning. Where are you? That's not quite going. So, oh, because it doesn't reduce the temperature, does it? That's why I'm confused. On draw gizmos, right? Or Yeah, so when it's on fire, you don't reduce its temperature, you just reduce its... I might reduce it a bit, but the player won't see that. The player doesn't understand. I feel like I should be putting out the fire very quickly, but that's not the plan. You don't just sort of run through and splosh everything and you're like, hey, I have done it. I need to not maximize. Right, so put this barrel over here by itself. Set it on fire. It's going to burn for... yeah, so it's going to burn for like 30 seconds. For heaven's sake. Problem is my mouse cursor is not attached, so... don't think that's working. I don't know why not. That should remove 10 per second. Server splosh is called 50 times a second. I mean, okay, that should be fixed delta time. Because physics. Burn time minus equals fixed delta time times 10. That should be 10 seconds per second. So a 30-second barrel, you can put out in 3 seconds. Yeah, so approaching the end of the stream now. I'm hungry. What's coming up? Snowpiercer. Because it is a Wednesday and I'm enjoying season 3. And we're streaming SnowRunner tonight. Completely unrelated. Oh, bugger. Barrel, come over here. Yeah, where's my... oh, whoops. I need to rerun it and be more competent. I might not stream tomorrow because I might pop to the arcade for a few hours. Ironically, because I want to try out my thermal imaging camera onto machines that are turned on. The irony. But I might not. I'll see how I feel. See how the weather is. Friday I will stream, but Friday night I probably won't be. Because on Saturday I'm going to a racetrack. Okay, so catch fire. Now burn, 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 burn. Oh, it's so not doing it, is it? Hang on. Oh, that's not applying any wetness either. Yeah. There we go. That should do it. Awesome. Right, we'll check. I will probably have a brief network test of this in a bit. After dinner, after Snowpiercer, before SnowRunner. I won't bother streaming it, but I just want to basically get other people to run around in a controlled environment and say, push the ball around. Don't left click on anything. etc. But they should be able to squirt water. And as we all know, naughty elephants squirt water. Why am I doing this by hand when I could have just used the editor? As a reminder, if you are a Patreon, and I don't know why I'm talking to you, but some people do watch these streams back. So if you are a Patreon, remember you do get instant access to all of my stuff, no matter how rubbish it is. That's better. It's not. Yeah, so that is actually making the barrel wet now. Awesome. The only thing I really need to do is to make all the barrels catch fire for longer, because they're going out. Now I can put the barrels out. I don't want the barrels to go out so much. So that's the last thing. Yeah. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I'll see whether or not I feel like going out to the outside world. Yeah, I'll make them burn for an average of 60 seconds, not 20. And that means I'll burn something 30 and 90 seconds. Now, you don't know, so you'll be hosting everything out. But I'm going to call it there. Thank you all for watching, especially you, Mike. And I'll be back tomorrow, probably. If not, I will be back Friday with more coding. See you then. Oh, and I'm also back in like 2.5 hours. That's computer games.